anybody here not know what we mean by the word sleep? Don't know. Going at pace constantly.
He said we're good.
Yeah, you're gonna have to work. Because that's what I thought would be interesting this weekend, is to ask a question I rarely see people ask. How come I want to sleep? Because I've sort of noticed that you folks don't like saying you want to do a thing that you're doing. Isn't that about right? A voice comes into your head and says, when I don't want to sleep, I want to be awake. And so you say, I want to be awake. And then you sleep. You're okay with that contradiction, aren't you? The voice is right, not what you do. Am I correct? Hello. That is about the way it goes, isn't it? I hear people tell me that all the time. I want to do such and such. Well, are you doing such and such? No. Well, it sounds to me like you don't want to do such and such. No, I want to. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. When I want to do a thing, I just sort of do it. Can you imagine if people said that about going to the grocery store? I want to go to the grocery store. Well, okay. What's stopping you? Nothing. Oh, okay. So when are you going to do it? Oh, I don't know. I want to. Usually when I want to go to the grocery store, I just go grab the keys and drive off, don't you? So, could you entertain the thought that if you're saying you want to do a thing and you're not doing it, that maybe it's because you actually don't want to? And understand that part of having a personality is that it says all sorts of things that are not true. And just because you have a thought doesn't mean a thing. It doesn't mean anything. Does it? It's just a passing thought. I want to do this. But there doesn't seem to be any actual desire behind that thought, does there? Or you'd probably be doing it. So I'd like to start out with, I can't write. I'd like to start out with that question. If I want to be awake, then what's going on that I'm not just working at being awake? Maybe it's because I actually don't want to much of the time. It is possible to want something now and then not want it in 2 seconds, isn't it? I often say to people, yeah, I suppose you do want it, but apparently you want something else more, because that's the way it works. Do you understand that? You will only do whatever is of first value to you now, the thing that is the most valuable. And everybody always has a list of values that are ranked by which one is more valuable, okay? I always have a list of what we call relative value. At any given time, something moves on that list, doesn't it? So you can look at the list and say, I want to do this, but if it always stays at the bottom, it never gets done. You understand that? There are always things more valuable, higher than that, and that's what I do. I do the one that is most valuable to me right this moment. So perhaps you are putting value on being awake, but how often does that get to be first value, so it's what you do? You understand? So you can have this weird thing where you go around telling people, I want to do something, but I don't do it. Because you always want something else more. Now, if you understand that, if you actually looked into that idea that I have a whole ranking of, a whole ranking of value, this situation would make sense, wouldn't it? Yeah, I do want to be awake, but I don't want it very often as first value. So what's your experience with doing this, huh? How often does being aware, waking up out of this weird dream that you live in, how often does that become first value? A lot?
Not as often as I like to think.
So you lie about how often it really happens. Okay. Well, that's useful. Maybe if I lie enough and say I have $1 million in the bank, I can go buy a Rolls Royce. You think that'll work?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, damn. I thought maybe if it worked for you, it'd work for me. Did you bring pens?
Yes.
Oh, good. I feel naked without a pen. This is like one of those bad dreams where you wake up and you're standing in front of a whole group of people naked. Because I didn't have a pen, so I was naked. So if we look at it from that point of view, all right, our value system always has something that is most valuable and goes down to things that are not valuable, and things are constantly moving on that. At any given time, I have a whole bunch of things that I value that are on a scale, and something is always at the top. When it's the most valuable thing, I do something about it. I take an action of some kind. That normally takes it off, doesn't it? And it disappears for a while. And then it shows up down here again. Isn't that right? And then it slowly works its way back up to most valuable, and then I act on it, because I'm only acting on the thing that has most value to me. Do you see that? That's going on all the time. That's the way that you live. Constant value system. And the things, the events that are going on, move on it continuously. Isn't that right? So my favorite example is hunger. Because sensations make this really clear, don't they? All of a sudden the sensation of hunger starts happening. And it's way down here. I care about being hungry, don't you? I want to eat. Just not now. And that sensation slowly gets more and more insistent and demands more and more of the attention, doesn't it? And it works its way up until finally it becomes the most valuable thing there is to get food, and I go eat. And then it just vanishes. I don't value eating at all anymore. Isn't that right? I don't even think about eating for a few hours. And then conditions change and I start feeling it again. It worms its way back to the top. Now that's the way it works, isn't it? With everything. And whatever happens to be of first value, the most valuable thing, that's what I'm doing. Because I can only do so much at one time. Isn't that about right? It's very difficult for we humans to do more than one thing at a time, isn't it? And I do the thing that's at the top. So I've often recommended to people that they actually keep track of how much time they spend doing the work, and that tells you very clearly how often being aware gets to be of first value. You don't have to make up these stories anymore. You can just see how often it gets to be of first value. Now, I've noticed for most of the folks sitting in this room, that isn't real often. Do you agree with that or not?
Yeah.
So you want it, but there's a whole bunch of other stuff that manages to beat it from being at the top of the list, huh? And the interesting thing is about being aware is it's one of the few things that I can do while I'm doing everything else. Isn't that right? There's actually absolutely no reason for it never to be at the top, is it? Because whatever else I'm doing, I could do it with awareness, couldn't I? Is there anything that you can't do with awareness? Can you not cook dinner with awareness? Is that impossible? It's just absolutely impossible to cook dinner and be aware of cooking dinner. See, this is one thing that you can actually combine with everything else. Huh? So a rather famous man said, a very, very long time ago, he said, seek ye first. Isn't that right? He apparently understood this idea of valuing the kingdom of heaven. You've heard that before? That sounds like a good recipe to me. Keep that at the top all the time. Because you can do it with everything else, can't you? There's no obstruction to being in a wonderful inner environment, no matter what else is going on, is there? I can be aware. I can be in a wonderful inner place no matter what is going on. Period. First time they put me in jail, I discovered that was true. I could even do it in jail. As far as I was concerned, that was the least likely place to try and be in a good mood. It was in jail, okay? But suddenly I found myself in jail, and I said, well, this is intolerable. So I think I'm going to have to learn really fast how to be in the kingdom of heaven, even in this little bitty box. Or I'm going to go nuts. And I found out I could even do it there. So I had the sneaky suspicion that I can do this. When I'm broke, helpless, I know I can do it toothless. Without being sustenance under any conditions. You understand? I can be broke and helpless and wondering where my next meal is coming from and what I'm going to eat it with anyway, and still be aware. I can do that under any conditions. So there really is no particular reason for it not to be of first value at all times, is there? Could you name me a reason? Am I missing something that you know about? Because I figure you must know more on this subject than I do. I'm obviously not an expert at this one, so you tell me, is there some reason why being aware cannot be of first value all the time that you know of?
Well, there must be some reason.
Yeah, but I did add to the, and I finished my sentences, didn't I? I finished the sentence. I said, that you know of. Yes, you're right, there must be some reason. You know what it is. That's what I asked. See, I sort of suspected you didn't. That's why I came here this weekend, was to tell you. I figured if you knew, you'd probably change it, you know. Apparently you don't know, but that's my whole point. Obviously, you do think there is a damn good reason for not making it a first value all the time, don't you? Because it doesn't show up there a whole lot, does it? But I could leave being aware, doing the work, whatever words you want to use for that. The work is a technical term, by the way, around here. It means only a particular activity. I could leave that at the top for the rest of this life if I chose to, and still do everything else. So that's the end of this sentence. If you aren't aware of this sentence very well, it says seek ye first kingdom of heaven, and all things else will be given to you. So it doesn't say that this becomes mutually exclusive, which you'd like to believe, huh? I know a lot of people who say, well, I can't do this until. Well, you're wrong. You can do this now. And do that other thing that you are putting it off for. I can't do this until I don't have money worries anymore. Right? You can't ask me to be aware when I'm worried about money. Why? Why can't you do it when you're worried about money? So it looks to me like something I can be aware of being worried about money. I've done it many times. In fact, one of the reasons for doing it, as far as I was concerned, was so I'd stop worrying about money. I was sick and tired of it. So now when I'm broke, I don't worry about money, because I finally understood worrying about money, and I saw how ridiculous it was that did not help one iota. I did not get rich by worrying about money. Anybody here ever get rich that way? You sat down and you just worried up a storm. And you went and looked at your bank account and had more money in it. That ever worked for anybody? That ever worked for me? It sort of seemed to me that worrying about money was a good way to get poorer, because then I wasn't doing anything to make money. So I did pay a lot of attention to that at one point in life. And I discovered the most remarkable thing. Every time I needed money, it just appeared. It was just about as goofy as going and checking somebody come give it to me. Never failed. And I suspect it's never failed for you either, or you would be dead. Isn't that about right? You would have gotten into one of those circumstances where you really needed money, and it didn't show up, and you dropped dead because you needed it or to live. So apparently it works that way for everybody. They just don't pay enough attention to realize it, so they gotta play the worry game because they don't know. It always comes somehow. Oh, somebody's cell phone. I understand, to me that's a good reason for keeping this up here. I started to understand a lot of the screwball things I did in sleep that I didn't really want to do. I did not want to worry about money. It wasn't any fun. And it didn't help anything. It sure didn't help me make money. Does that make sense? So I wanted to be aware of it and see if someday I could see the illusion in it and not have to do it anymore. Now, how are you going to notice that funny little fact if you're not paying attention? Every time I worry about money, just before I actually run out and die, it shows up. Sometimes from the weirdest places, from totally unexpected places, and sometimes from where I expected it to come. But it always shows up. And you notice that half a dozen times, and you say, okay, I'm not going to worry about it anymore. The seventh time, I'll just sit and wonder where it's coming from instead of worrying. And that's what I do. When I run out of money and I got to have some, I sit and think about, gee, I wonder where it's going to come from. I bet it's going to be a really surprising source, because I can't even imagine this time where it's going to come from. And I just sit and wait to see what bizarre source it's going to come from this time. It's actually kind of fun. Now, this one's going to be pretty surprising, I bet you. And that's actually kind of fun, instead of being all worrisome. Do you understand? You could be doing work all the time. You could be aware all the time. There's really no impediment to that I can see, no obstruction to it. Except maybe something going on inside here, okay? But I don't see any real reason why I can't be aware all the time. You can be aware when you're in a coma if you want to. be aware when your body goes to sleep if you want to. It's kind of weird, but you can do it. Do it anytime you want. But we don't. So can we take a look at this thing that says I want to do it, but I'm not, and maybe see that there is a good reason for that. It's because I always want something else more, and stop playing this game of getting upset with someone. When you say, I want to do such and such, and they say, well, apparently you don't want it very much because you're not doing it. And maybe, see, that's the truth. Yeah, I guess I don't. But I can do something about that. Once I admit the truth of the matter and say, yeah, I guess that's true. I really don't want it as much as I'm saying I do. Then I can change my mind, can't I? Now, how am I going to change my mind when I won't even admit what's true? No, you don't understand. I want it. I want it more than life itself. That's never going to be true then, if you lie about it, is it? So, can we look into this idea? This is the way it really works in the life, okay? I always have a scale of values. Many, many values. I don't just have one, do I? At any time I have quite a number of values going on, things that I care about, that I'm interested in, that I want to do, that value system. Only one of them is at the top, and that's what I'm doing. And it'll stay to the top until I stop doing it. That means it went somewhere else. It moved down, it went off the list. And one of the ideas of any spiritual teaching that I've ever looked at is that you make sure that whatever spiritual thing you're doing, so-called, is always at the top, because you can keep it at the top while you do everything else. We had an amusing, to this one, conversation earlier in the day. Somebody said, do you know about silver mind control? Which I have not heard of in probably 30 years. And I said, oh yeah, I know about silver mind control. They have this thing where you're supposed to meditate, right? Like a lot of other people, and they teach you how. So many, many years ago, when I was a very young man, somebody who taught silver mind control decided that he liked me, and so he taught me without paying him all those hundreds of dollars. See? That's how you learn things. If you don't have any money, befriend people. How much did you pay to learn that stuff?
I don't remember.
It was a lot of money, though, wasn't it?
It wasn't cheap.
That's right. I got it for free, and I didn't even want it. So anyway, he taught me how to sit there and go into the theta state. That's what they call meditation, okay? Going into the theta state. So I tried it. And we sat there for, 20, 30 minutes in the theta state. And then we stopped. And a little while later, a few days later, let's do it again. It's like, okay. So I sit there for 20, 30 minutes in the theta state. And we did that several times. And after we did it, about the third or fourth time, I sort of said, so what's the point? Why are we doing this? And he looked at me and he said, I bet you walk around in the theta state and you're not noticing a damn thing. Well, yeah, isn't that the point? What is the point of sitting and meditating for 20 or 30 minutes a day? Why don't you live in that state? You could. The only point I can see for it is that you don't live in that state, and so I guess you want to experience it for a half hour, and that seems valuable to me. I can't argue with that. But were it me, I would make the aim to just live there. Why would you want to be anywhere else? People tell me that the effect for them is that they get calm. And they get peaceful and they get at one with things and they stop thinking all those horrible, conflicting thoughts. Would you explain to me why you don't want to just live there? You prefer to spend most of your time in those horrible, conflicting thoughts, not at peace, overwhelmed by worry and thinking, and then occasionally visit the theta state in meditation. This is your preferred method of living? Now, the answer is yes, isn't it? It sounds funny as hell when somebody puts it that way, but the actual answer is yes, that's the way I prefer to live, obviously, because that's the way I live, isn't it? So I got a real kick recently. A friend said that they bought a tape that had been made of the fellow who taught me about all this stuff at a workshop in California. I don't know why I missed this one. I was not there. I would have loved to have seen this. And in that workshop, he apparently said to everybody there, I need your help. There's something that I just cannot understand, so you're going to have to explain it to me. I need you to help me out with this one. You've all experienced altered states, and you don't want to live there. I don't get it. Now, I've been putzing with trying to figure that out for years now. And now I find out nobody knows why you do this. Apparently you don't, because you can't explain it. I sure don't. The man who taught me couldn't figure it out. So nobody knows why you do this. So, but it is the truth, isn't it? Yes, my preferred method of living is to be in this horrible, weird, jumbled up mess of a mind most of the time, and occasionally take a trip to a nice, pleasant place. For a vacation, I guess. Yeah, that's the way I prefer. So that's what I would like to do this weekend, to see if we can answer the question, why? Why do I want to do that? That's kind of strange, isn't it? Or do you disagree with me? Do you think that's like a good idea? Yes. I would prefer to live in this low, ridiculous, jumbled mess most of the time, and on occasion visit a nice place, just to remind myself that there are nice places in the world. And then I'll go home to my slum. Because that's what I decided a long time ago. Everyone has an inner and an outer world, isn't that about right? You don't live in one world, you live in two at the same time. You have an inner world, which is the world of feelings and perceptions and thoughts and all that stuff. That's all the inner world, isn't it? And then you have an outer world out here, the world of sensation, isn't that correct? You live in them both at the same time. That's why we can be aware and do other things, because since we live in two worlds, life had to give us a way to pay attention to both at the same time. So we all have that ability, otherwise we couldn't exist. You're not aware of having that ability, you can only go between the two, can't you? You're either absorbed in your inner world and you forget the outer one exists, or you're absorbed in the outer one and you forget the inner one exists. Isn't that about right? But you do actually have the ability to pay attention to both at the same time. So if we accept that idea that I actually live in two worlds at the same time, an inner world and an outer world, and I decided a long time ago that most people live in the slums of the inner world. Does that sound about right? You live in this place where there's garbage all over the streets, and it stinks, and everybody's miserable. Isn't that about right most of the time? And you visit nice places So in California, I guess, you'd be living in Venice, but you'd occasionally visit Beverly Hills, so you could be jealous of people who don't live in the slums. I don't know if you know about Venice, but it's a very amusing place. Many years ago, when Mr. Reagan was governor of California, he came up with the bright notion of saving money, which California was having trouble with at the time, by closing all the mental institutions, because that would save the taxpayers a lot of money if they didn't have to pay for those incredibly expensive places where they put people who have mental problems, right? And I've always assumed that he felt that was perfectly justifiable because there was Venice. They could all go there, which they did. I lived there for a while. It was a very bizarre place. I don't know what that would be like in Houston. I'm sure you know where the slums are, okay? That's kind of where you live in the inner world, and then you visit the nice parts of Houston. Isn't that about right? On occasion. Strange, isn't it? Why would anyone want to do that? I've noticed most people's answer to that question is, I have to. So apparently there is someone in the inner world, a very powerful figure with a whip in hand, who every time you approach the nice places starts cracking it and drives you back. Isn't that right? That's why you have to. I have noticed that's the answer you get from people a lot of the time. I have to. I can't do anything else. So why would I want to do this? Why? Anybody disagree with my description of things? Why would I want to do this? You think the description is just ridiculous? Okay. Why would a person want to do that? Why would they want to put first value on worries, fears, anxieties, hatreds, revenges? Why would they want to put first value on these things when they've experienced something else?
Guilt, programming, you punish yourself, possibly.
I said, why would you want to? You want to do that? You want to punish yourself?
That's what I'm saying. Maybe you feel guilty and you feel like you...
Maybe, I don't.
Yeah, Phil, I think that I do have what looks like a benefit to me for doing that. It motivates me to do
Good.
things.
What is that motivation? Because that's what I think.
And
it
I
is,
don't know,
you
and it doesn't make any sense, really, but I kind of being in a place
Well,
of
apparently it does.
I'm sorry?
Apparently it does make sense. And that's what I'd like to answer this weekend. Yes, it's very true. You do have a reason for doing it, quite obviously. You're absolutely correct. So is he. What is it? I accept that without any qualifications at all. Yeah, you do think you have a good reason for doing it. I can't believe that you do anything so bizarre without what seems to you like a very good reason. So what is it?
I think for me, it motivates me to do things. Like, for instance, fear. I'll subject myself to, like, this long list of horrible things that are going to happen if I don't take this action. That I can't find any other way to make myself do it. Maybe. Just right off the top of my head.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. You have other motivations, don't you, that you're aware of? Is that why you go to a bar at night? Because you have to work yourself up to be afraid not to? On the nights that you go to a bar somewhere? You don't do that from fear, do you? You do that for a much more reasonable reason. You hope that something neat is going to happen. Isn't that about right? No? Yeah. So don't you think that's a lot better motivation to do something because you kind of hope that something neat is going to happen than for fear of some monstrous, horrible event? If you're going to work yourself up for the purpose of motivating, wouldn't it make more sense to focus on the neat things that would happen if I did it instead of that horrible fear? So I don't think that's really true. I don't think you're doing it to motivate yourself. You know better ways to motivate yourself, don't you? You could lie to yourself about wonderful things that are going to happen instead of lying to yourself about horrible things that are going to happen. Isn't that right? It'd be a lot more fun. Might be a little more disappointing. But it'd be a lot more fun getting to the disappointment, wouldn't it? So if that's the real reason, is doing it to motivate yourself, there's something behind that too, isn't there? Can you see what that is? You don't think you can do it any other way. You wouldn't use that method unless you thought it was your only possible method, would you? You wouldn't do it by choice. If you could choose between saying, I'm going to motivate self by building up a dream of a wonderful thing that's going to happen, and on the other hand, I could motivate me by dreaming of this terrible, monstrous catastrophe, would you actually pick that one? Pick the worry and the fear if you had the choice? I don't think so either. So that in order to pick that one, you've got to say, I don't think I can do it any other way. Isn't that about right? Why do you think that? So in order to answer the question, now we've got to answer this other question. Why the hell do you think that that's the only way you can be motivated? By fear. So we still haven't answered the question yet. That may be absolutely true.
Maybe at some point it worked for you. At some point, so you think it's going to work again.
As opposed to the motivation of, gee, this would be wonderful and I'd really enjoy it. That never worked for you.
Yeah, that's worked.
I see. So I don't think you answered the question. That is my proposition here. If you have a choice between doing it a really neat, pleasant way and a choice of doing it a really unpleasant way, then your natural inclination, of course, is to pick the most horrible one, isn't it? Not. So you're lying. You just said the same thing he did, which I went on this long discussion about, to say, I don't buy it. And maybe you do believe that. I don't know. But it doesn't make any sense to me. And I have a choice between two methods, and one of them is pleasant, and one of them is unpleasant. I usually choose the pleasant one. It's very rare that I say, I know, I'll do it the most horrible way possible. So what gives you the idea that you can only do things in this horrible way? Do you think that that may be the answer? You think this is the only way you can get things done? Why, if I were in a good mood, I couldn't do this. If I were happy, I couldn't do this. If I were aware and in a really neat place, I couldn't do this, so I've got to be in this terrible place just to get it done. All right. It sounds weird, but maybe that's what you think. You think that is that what you think is going on in you? This is the only way I can get this done.
Maybe when you're comfortable, it's easy just to go to sleep and be comfortable.
I was never comfortable when I was guilt-ridden. That don't hold water to me. You just got through telling me that when you're asleep, your motivation is to deal with this horrible guilt and punish yourself. And now you're telling me that's comfortable?
Maybe it's easier than
Oh, I see. We're going to change the thesis now. from comfort to easy. I think that means you don't know what the hell you're talking about. That's my suspicion, okay? I was personally never comfortable with being guilt-ridden. I went to a lot of trouble to get rid of guilt. Because somebody told me how. And I used that method. There's nothing I wanted to get rid of, I think, faster than guilt. I was one of the first on the list to go. Don't like feeling guilty, do you?
How do you do that?
Oh, it's very simple. You just do whatever you feel guilty about until you don't feel guilty anymore. Just keep doing it till you don't feel it anymore. So if you have this bad habit of kicking old ladies' feet out from under them when they cross the street, go do it to a bunch of old ladies until you think it's fun and don't care about it anymore, and then you'll never feel guilty about it again. You can kick old ladies' feet out from under them without any guilt whatsoever. But the interesting thing is that when the guilt is gone, you can also not do it. And I've noticed when people feel guilty about things, they can't stop doing it. Have you noticed that? Otherwise, why would they still feel guilty about it? They keep doing it over and over and over again. And it's a weird thing, but once you take the guilt out of it, then you look at it and say, why am I knocking this poor old lady's feet out from under her? I don't want to do this. And you stop. When you feel guilty about it, you just can't seem to stop. You keep doing it anyway. Isn't that about right? It's weird, but it's true. So it's worth, since you're doing it anyway, do it until you don't have to. And you don't feel guilty about it one bit. It's really worth doing. When I can think clearly about a thing, I can decide whether I want to or not. And I'm busy feeling guilty. I'm in such a terrible state that I end up doing it anyway. That's been my experience. So, I'm going to leave you with this. We'll take a short break. And to kind of consider this for a second. No more off the top of the head questions that you change whenever anybody asks you what it means. That's ridiculous, okay? See if you can come up with an answer. Even if it's, I don't know. How come I know about this and I insist on staying in this other place that I claim I don't like? It doesn't make any sense, does it? What's going on? See if you can come up with some answers. I know I sort of sprung the question on you. That's not fair. So I'll give you a little time to consider it, okay? And then we'll come back. Go ahead.
More names. We'll stick with that right now, otherwise we'll just do something different.
No, I have a better idea. If you're not coming, then you should feel so guilty.
Exactly.
So the rest of us can have our pleasure. So any ideas on the subject? What's going on with this funny thing that we do? If you do have ideas, let's pull it out and look at it, okay? Don't keep it private.
It's because I'm not paying attention to even notice though, in a way that's less effective.
Okay, I apologize, but I didn't hear all of what you said.
I'm not even paying enough attention to notice that what I'm doing is is not good. I'm just doing the thing that I've always done out of habit, and not paying attention to whether or not it's pleasant or unpleasant or working or not working. It's just what I've done, and so I continue to do it.
Yeah, and we call that being asleep. And that's exactly what this question is about. Why would I know that I could be awake? Now, maybe you don't know that yet, okay? You haven't been around as long as some, but I'm kind of directing the question at people who've been here for a while. Why would you know that you could do things differently and yet continue to do it without awareness in your sleep, not even asking yourself whether it's pleasant or unpleasant or whatever? What's going on here? That is the question. I totally understand that is what's going on, yeah. When you're asleep, questions like this don't arise, do they? You just do it by habit. You do it unquestioningly. That is what we're trying to look at. So if I know about an alternative, what keeps me doing it this really dumb way? This really unpleasant way? Somebody during the break said, so are you saying that we could just turn off all that machinery and that clutter and that yap, 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 yap and do things without it? Like, I just said, you're just not hearing that? What else have I been talking about for the last Lord knows how many years? So that gives us an interesting little clue, doesn't it? It's unthinkable to me that I could actually live that way. How come? Why can't I even conceive of that? So I hear about it, and then 2 years later or 3 years later, I ask somebody, are you actually saying I can do that? Well, no, actually, I don't think I'm just saying it. I do believe I'm selling it at the best of my ability. I'm advocating it. Isn't that about right? Anybody not get that impression? I'm not just saying that, am I? I'm doing my best to sell you on it, huh? Now, I'm apparently not the salesman I thought I was, but I did learn that a long time ago. I can sell ice to Eskimos. Okay? I am a very good salesman. But there's one product I have never been able to sell. You know what that is? A good mood. Nobody wants it. I can sell you something you don't need. Okay? Hell, I could sell you air. But I can't seem to sell you on a good mood. You won't buy it. You act like you do, but then you go off and get back into that weird, miserable place again. Interesting, isn't it? You'd think everybody'd want that. So I'm not just saying you could. I'm doing my best to sell it to you. Boy, have you got sales resistance to this one. How come? That's the question. So when you say you just do it by habit and yada, 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 what you said, I'm not making light of it, I just don't feel like repeating the whole thing, okay? Is it actually what you want to do? I mean, if you sit and consider it now, is that what you want?
No.
Well, that's what interests me. If you don't want it, and you have seen that there is another possibility, even if only briefly. Now, I know that's why the person asked me the question, you understand? All that means is that just recently, they've started to experience the machinery going off and being in a different place, and so now they're starting to get, oh, that's what he's trying to get me to see. Before then, they couldn't even consider it because they'd never experienced it, so they didn't even know what the hell I was talking about. So it just went in one ear and right out the other, which in their case, by the way, is pretty common. But suddenly they're starting to get some experience that says, wow, this is possible sometimes under some conditions for a short period of time. And are you saying this would be neat to do all the time? Uh-huh. Couldn't even hear it before. It didn't make sense. I can accept that. It makes sense to But that's what I'm asking. If you have experience in this stuff, how come you don't seem to want it? What's going on? And so far, the only real answer I have received from anyone is because I've always done it this way. That's really what all these answers come down to, right? Is guilt answer. Because I'm punishing myself. That's the same answer in a way, isn't it? Because I've always done it that way. Don't you want to learn anything else? Yeah.
I've noticed that when I'm in conflict and living in the slums, it's all about vanity. I'm violently trying to be the picture of self, and I think I don't. It's not pleasant. I know it's not pleasant, and it's not preferable to when I'm not doing that briefly, but I want to be somebody, and those
That's only half the truth, okay?
Okay.
If we're going to say it's about vanity, if the picture that I have is also the way it is, would you be doing that? So you're only telling half the truth, aren't you? You're leaving out one part of it, which is, I want to be here instead of here.
And where I really am is
Somewhere else, obviously,
Yeah.
or you wouldn't be
very
doing,
different from the
you
picture.
wouldn't be struggling so hard to be something else. So you're leaving that part out. It's implied, but you're not actually saying it. But that's part of it. Without that, none of it would be there. I gotta begin with that, isn't that right? I realize that I'm here, and I don't like it here. And so I do all this weird stuff to get somewhere else. Well, now the interesting thing is that is the answer. If you look at that part of it and don't leave that out anymore, the answer is obvious. Apparently only to me. Now we know how come people do it. You don't get it, huh?
You believe it's real?
Huh?
Because we believe that it's real.
I think you gotta go to sleep to believe that a lie is real, don't you?
Well, it provides a context for us to see that,
Provides what?
like, for example, if you're living in a world where everyone is 6 foot tall, you wouldn't know that you're tall unless you have a person that's 5 foot tall. So in order to experience something else, you need to experience the misery or the
Oh, that's
everyday.
bullshit. That's just bullshit. I have an imagination. I could conceive of a place where people were only 3 feet tall. Don't you ever read fiction? Haven't you ever heard of dwarves? I mean, people imagine things all the time. You could imagine it. You might not. I understand what you're saying. You might not know you're tall, whatever that means, but you're not. You're 6 feet. That's not tall. Maybe there are 12 feet people around, and you're actually a dwarf. I can imagine that. So what you just said actually is meaningless. It's only meaningful if there are no 5 feet people around, then I say, then you know I'm tall. 6 feet is only tall for humans, isn't it? I don't know if it's solved for everything that exists in the entire universe. There may be some beings out there that average 12 feet, and they think we were little midgets. How the hell do I know? And I can conceive of that. So I'm not quite sure what you're saying if you're using that as the answer, because I can't be bothered to sit down and use the imagination and even conceive there might be a better way. Well, then I think we're just right back where we started from. I'd call that a sleep. That's what sleeping people do. They're pretty much convinced that what they're doing is the one and only way to do anything. That's kind of what he said, isn't it? But I'm asking, how come? I'm questioning whether it has to be that way or not. What do you mean you can't conceive of anything else, and why are you here? If you can't conceive that there might be another way to do things, what the hell are you doing here? It seems to me that people who can't even conceive of anything else don't show up here. I notice the whole population of Houston is not in this room. Most people couldn't be any less interested, could they? They just seem to think that the way it is the way it is, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I know about that theory. But I'm asking you. You must have a different theory, or else you're just here because you like her. That's possible too, I think. Not actually interested, just don't want my girlfriend to think I'm not interested in her, so I come to this stupid meeting. I don't know. It's good reasons anyway. It sounds to me like people are saying, I don't really know. So I'm using an excuse. And the excuse appears to me to be because I have no choice. Am I wrong about that? I don't have a choice. Well, do you want a choice? And I thought that was the whole setup. I'm repeating self. I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. You do have a choice, because you have experienced something else. Now, if you're sitting here and you're saying, I don't know this other thing you're talking about, then I accept that answer. I have no choice. That makes sense. But I'm talking to mostly, not everyone, but mostly a bunch of people who've been around for years, and they have experienced something else. Maybe only briefly, maybe only glimpses of it, but they have. And what I'm getting back is, I don't have a choice. That doesn't make sense, does it? So I don't think we're anywhere near an answer to this question at this point. You sure know you have a choice, don't you? From personal experience, isn't that right? It was in what you said. I do that other thing some of the time. This is my understanding of why I don't, because I think I'm a terrible person somehow. I don't like me very much. And when that happens, I struggle really hard. This is my hypothesis that I'd like you to consider. You have no choice but to sleep, because it's the only way you can lie. You can't lie when you're awake, can you? And you want to lie. Very simple. And there's only one place to lie, isn't there? In your sleep. So since there are a zillion things that you simply do not want to be aware of, you have no choice but to choose sleep. And you're making up all these excuses about why you don't have the choice. But the fact is, you did make a choice. You chose sleep rather than know something. What you think of them apples? You made a choice. You want to sit here and pretend that it was forced on you. Because apparently that's another comforting lie. I don't believe it's true. I think you chose to go to sleep rather than know something. It was the only way you could not know.
What is the benefit of not knowing? What is the benefit of lying?
None that I can see. Not a single benefit that I can see in that. So I think you're going to have to answer the question, not me. What is the benefit? I have a suspicion that that we went just a little bit too fast, okay? So I'll come back to his question in a moment. Do you get that? Does that ring true at all? You could wake up. But you do know that if you wake up, you are going to become aware of a lot of things that you would prefer not to know. Isn't that about right? They're very unpleasant to you, very painful, very disturbing. Isn't that about right? Like, I'm not the person that I think I am in your particular case. That's kind of, I think just about everybody is doing it for the same reason. Her case just made it a bit obvious, didn't it? So in that case, it's, I don't want to know what I'm really doing, because I don't like what I'm doing. So I will go to sleep to keep from knowing. I suspect what it is a person is trying not to know is not as simple to categorize, although I am going to make an effort even to do that. I love making categories of things. It's fun. And I'm sure I'll miss some things, but I think that's the essence of it. I must go to sleep to keep lying. I don't know how to lie when I'm awake. It's very hard, because I'm aware of the fact that I'm lying. What do you think? Now this puts a whole different spin on things, because I want to play the game that I'm a victim. You notice how often I've gotten that one. I've had to repeat this over and over and over again. It's interesting for people who watch the tape to see just how many times it was said over again, because somebody kept coming back and saying, but I'm a victim. I have to. And I'm suggesting, no, you're not a victim. You did it. It was your choice. You wanted to. You wanted to go to sleep. You understand? You did it on purpose. What do you think? Does that fit what you see? Because I don't want to know a bunch of stuff. To answer your question, as far as I can tell, the benefit is that I escape pain, or so I believe. And since I go to sleep, I don't even pay attention to the fact that actually I don't. That's the belief. If I don't know this, it won't hurt, because it hurts. And then you go to sleep and it hurts anyway, and you don't even notice because now you're not paying attention. In fact, it probably hurts worse. What do you think, Maite? You think all that struggle is less painful than just sitting there and saying, God, I'm a shit? Huh?
It hurts more.
And a lot longer, doesn't it? God, I'm a shit only takes a couple seconds. It's over with. But you don't realize that. Because now you're asleep, struggling to change it, to get away from this very unpleasant fact. I think that's what's going on. What do you think? You come here, you say you want to learn about a different kind of existence. You appear to be very interested, and then you don't do it. And the theory that I'm presenting is because when you tried it, you started to become aware of a lot of things you didn't want to know, so you chose to go back to sleep, to forget, to escape, knowing. That's the theory. It's the only hypothesis I can come up with for this very peculiar behavior. Why would people know about a better way of life and refuse to live it? They don't do that with money. I don't know too many people who look at money and say, gee, money makes life much easier. I think I'll be poor. You know many people who do that? They don't do it with sex. They don't look at sex and say, gee, I really like that. I think I'll stop. So it really doesn't make any sense, does it, for somebody to see? This is preferable to me. I really if I have a choice between being asleep and being awake, I'd really prefer to be awake. It's a lot nicer place. I'm going to have to deal with the same stuff, whether I'm awake or asleep, but it's a lot more enjoyable. It's easier. All these nice things. And then they choose to go to sleep? That's very hard to believe, isn't it? I think they go to sleep to escape. I don't want to know. It's the only thing I can see. And I do see that. This is not a theory in the sense of I figured it out. I've been watching. And I've noticed that when people do go to sleep, it's almost always to avoid a very unpleasant fact. And the interesting thing is that much of the time they don't even know what they're avoiding. So it's pretty damn effective, isn't it? You can see why people do it, huh? They don't even know what they don't want to know. So I'd say it has a good benefit if that's your aim, to not know. You pay one hell of a price for it, but apparently not knowing, not that thing is so important to you, so valuable that you're willing to pay the price. I did notice back in the days when I would often, as I like to call it, take a weekend trip to hell. And every now and again I have been working really hard and being aware and said, gee, you know, I'd really like to indulge self in a nice, good bout of self-pity about now. And that sounds like a really fun thing to do. And I've been working really hard. I can do it for a few hours and I'll be okay. I call those a weekend trip to hell. Right? You read a little brochure and you see something that catches your eye and you say, yeah, I think I'll vacation in hell. It sounds like a nice spa they got there in the burning lake, you know. And, so you go there and you forget this one little rule of hell. That before you can get in, there's an entrance fee. And you have to drink the water of forgetfulness. Okay? They make you do that just as you're going in. That's the price of admission. That and the coin for Charon, you know. I don't know if you're aware of that, but in the old Greek mythology, there were two things you had to do to get into hell. One was pay off Charon. I think that was his name, is that right? And the other one was to drink from the river of Lent, which is the Greek word for forgetfulness. somewhere along the line I caught on to what you forget is that there's anything but hell. You forget there is any other place. And so your weekend trip becomes months. Until suddenly the water of the river of Lent begins to wear off and you say, gee, I haven't always been in hell. So after a while, it kind of occurred to me I couldn't afford even a few moments, because my little few moments ended up being days or weeks. And that's when I started saying, yeah, that's a weekend trip to hell, okay? But some of the time that's what it was. There was some pleasure that I wanted to get. And I would, for some reason, believe that the only way I could get that pleasure was to be asleep. And so I would often do it for some reason other than to avoid being aware of something. Sometimes it was to get a pleasure, and I didn't think I could do it any other way. And that was the favorite one for Phil, self-pity. Okay. Apparently the only way I could get anybody to love me was to feel sorry for myself. And I could only do that in the sleep. What a pitiful state of affairs that is, huh? You see, at that time, Phil was in a pretty bad place that he believed that. But I did notice that one every now and again. I would want to indulge self in some little pleasure. And I believed the only way to do that was to go to hell and forget and go to sleep. So I'd happily do it until I caught on that that wasn't such a great idea. Once I started noticing that my little hour or two that I thought I could afford became weeks, and I started reconsidering that indulgence. Maybe that pleasure isn't worth the price I'm paying for it. I'm going to stop doing it. But I did notice that as well. I suspect if you look, there are instances of that, aren't there? Where you go to sleep in order to get some little pleasure that you think you can only get that way. And I will give you that. The only way I know how to feel sorry for self is to be asleep. So I decided I didn't like that pleasure anymore. Wasn't worth it. Price was too high. It's the only thing I know of for continuing to sleep when you know of something else. Most people, they sleep because they think that's the only thing there is. And if somebody talks about something else, they think they're being goofy. It's understandable, isn't it? So I would expect them to sleep. That's the only option they have. That's normal. But it doesn't make sense for people who know something different, does it? Who know it's not your only option. As far as I can tell, those are the only two reasons to choose sleep. When I started doing that little thing of taking weekend trips to hell, I try to remember very clearly, I knew I was doing it. I didn't kid myself. I knew what I was doing. I want to indulge myself in this. That's what I was thinking. I really want to do this. And I'd consider a little bit and decide whether I thought I could afford it. And what I discovered is I can't. Because I always go bankrupt every time I do it. Doesn't matter how much money I got in the bank. It always costs me more than I have. I didn't know that until I did it a few times, and then I started. But I didn't kid myself about it, okay? I wanted to indulge myself in this stupid feeling. But this one I know we pretty much kid ourselves about, don't we? I don't want to be aware of something. And I don't even want to know that I don't want to be aware of it. So I don't even want to realize that I decided to go to sleep. I don't even want to be that aware to know what I'm doing. I decided to sleep rather than face this. Not what I thought I was. It's a simple thing. It really is. It's a simple thing. Whenever I talk about vanity and pride, I almost always tell that story. That was the experience I had too when I decided to make an inventory of vanity. I made this nice list of things and said, okay, this is the false picture of self. This is what I believe about self. And I made a nice list, okay? And I looked at most of those things and said, they're all lies. The entire list is a lie. But most of them, I really would like to be that. It's true. I do want to have that particular attribute. It's true. I find that very, very neat. And I would like to have that as an attribute of me. Except I don't. So I said to self, wouldn't it make more sense to work at getting it than to lie and then be upset every time I find out I don't have it? And that's what I started doing. I actually took that list as the things that I wanted to develop. And I worked at them. Because I wanted them. So acknowledging that it wasn't true became a great asset. And now some of those have become so much attributes of Phil that people can't even tell they weren't ever there before I started on that. There are some of them that I never even talk about, but everybody knows. You want to know what one of them is? This is a big thing to Phil. I wanted to be generous. That was something I wanted very, very much. I looked at self, and that was on the list of vanity, that I was generous. And I looked at behavior and I said, you are the biggest miser I've ever seen in my entire life. That's the fact. And so you have to do this weird game to remember only those few times when you've ever given anyone anything at all, and use that as an example of your great generousness, and ignore the fact that you're so stingy you squeak when you walk. Okay? And I did not like seeing that. Generosity was one of the attributes that I really wanted to say I've made real. So I went to work on it. And every single time that little miserly urge came up that said, oh, I can't give that away because it's my last one, and then what will I do? And I'll never get another one. And besides, I don't even like them. I'd give it away. Because I thought it was scary to do it. And what I wanted to be was generous. I didn't want to be stingy. So many times even with money, I'd give somebody the last money I had. If they wanted $100 and that's all I had was $100, I'd give them that $100 and wonder where the hell I was going to get dinner tonight. I never talk about self as generous, ever, do I? And yet I know very few people who don't see Phil as a generous person. Do you? So now, what makes more sense? What you described? Or saying, yeah, it's true. There's not generous bones in this body. I think I'll go get some generous bones. Because I want to be generous. Or whatever it is, you understand? So generosity is a thing that I rarely ever speak of. Or if I do, it's always, just as an abstract thing you might consider. But it's something I wanted very much. And I don't think there's any doubt that I developed that, do you? I never have to call attention to it. I never have to do a thing. I just do what I do. And sometimes these days, I am still stingy on occasion. I don't care. So I didn't say I was consistently generous. It's one of the neat things about doing a thing consciously. You can also choose not to. You're not compelled to do it. That's what it made sense to Phil to do with the list of vanity once it was made. Number one, I'm going to stop defending self. I'm going to stop lying and see the truth. And some of the things that were on the list, I didn't even care about myself. It's like, I don't know who put that on the list. I don't even personally give a damn about it. So the fact that I'm not that is fine with me. I'm willing to just forget about it entirely, okay? I tell people all the time, good was on that list. I was sort of forced to put it on there. A lot of pressure was put on me to put good on the list, okay, when I was a little kid. And I did finally cave and succumb and put it on there. And then 20 years later, when I looked at the list, I said, well, who put that there, and scratched it off? I don't want to be good. I don't care about being good. I'm not even sure anymore what good is. You guys be good if you want to. I don't know anything about the subject. Don't ever ask me about it. I know nothing about it. I threw away the idea a long time ago. I don't like it. That's all I learned about being good, is I don't like it. Anything beyond that, I don't know. And then I found out that everybody actually knows that. They even made a saying about it. It's such common knowledge, okay? Everything fun in life is either illegal, immoral, or fattening. You ever heard that one? So everybody knows that being good sucks. I decided I wanted to have fun. And that often required that I do things that saying is true. Either illegal or immoral or fattening. And I went in and did them all. Okay? So to me, it makes sense. So to go ahead and take the pain and be aware of that thing. And see if there's something I can do. And it may be very hard. I may have to deal with it for years. It may not be simple and obvious. But I'd really prefer that than having to live in hell. Because I don't even want to know about it. That's this one's choice. And I have this weird suspicion that anybody who actually wants to be a conscious, aware, living, created being is going to probably make the same choice. I can't afford to live in ignorance anymore. Years and years and years ago, someone asked a question of Phil. They said, is ignorance really bliss? And the only thing I could say is, not for me. I lived in ignorance for years. There was nothing blissful about it at all. It was hell. If I don't know, it won't work. It won't hurt. I'm sorry. That's one of our operating principles, isn't it? It's one of the things that got us into sleep in the first place, and it's what keeps us there today. If I don't know, it won't hurt. So we take pain pills constantly, don't we? If I don't know, it won't hurt. So sometimes that pain that you're masking with the aspirin day in and day out is going to kill you eventually, huh? It's true, isn't it? I know a lot of people who take aspirin every single day of their life because they have some ache or pain. And one of these days, that ache or pain that they're denying even exists is going to kill them. So maybe it's true. If I don't know, it won't hurt. Do I still escape the consequences? wouldn't it make more sense to not have the consequences of that thing, to know it and maybe do something about it, than to just be blissfully ignorant and then get the consequences anyway? That makes sense to this one. What do you think? So, it's about time for lunch. Since I always take a long lunch anyway, because, you know, I discovered on the plane that the reason why everyone can't concentrate is because they don't get enough sleep. That was an article I read on the way here. I actually always thought it was the other way around. I thought the reason they couldn't concentrate was because they were asleep all the time. But I was informed in this article that inability to concentrate is from lack of sleep, not too much. So I've been wrong all these years. Scientific evidence has proved me wrong, okay? But I suspect that while your body is digesting food, you don't have enough energy to concentrate, so it'll take some extra time, okay? It takes a lot of energy to digest food. And consider this, all right? I'd like to go on from here. But there's not much point in going on from here if you don't see for yourself. This may at least be part of it. You can hedge your bet if you want and say, oh, I'm sure there's more. But let's see if we can see that this really is part of it, isn't it? I choose sleep. It is not something that happens to me, except sometimes. Nothing's 100%, okay? But most of the time, I choose to go to sleep. It did not just happen to me. I did it so I could escape knowing something, being aware of something. And the only way to do that is to lower the awareness into some crippled state called sleep. Isn't that about right? If I leave it functioning well, how am I going to ignore that thing? Unless, of course, I can just put no value on it. That is another method, and I am aware of that. I usually ignore music by just putting no value on it whatsoever, and I stop hearing it. I know it's still going on, but it just vanishes as far as I'm concerned, okay? That is another method of being unaware of something, you know. Put no value on it at all. But how many people can do that? If music annoys you, you put a lot of value on it, don't you? And so you can't forget it's there, can you? Because you made it the first value that it stopped, because you hate it. See? Well, it annoys me too. So I put absolutely no value on it whatsoever, because I know very well that one of the things that this body does is constantly filters out stimulus. That's what it does. I've known that since I was very young. I am overwhelmed by more information from the senses than I can ever possibly process, unless I'm in some way out altered state, maybe, okay, that I don't normally live in. It's just too much. So the body filters it out. And I learned a long time ago what gives it the criterion for what to filter out. Whatever I don't care about at all, it just discards, and I don't even know what's happening. So it's really simple. If you don't like something that's going on, put no value on it. It'll vanish as far as you're concerned. It has to come up and hit you in the head for you to notice it. Something has to bump into you, okay? Because that's the way our bodies work. They're constantly ignoring things. Any questions or comments before we take a break?
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
I remember several years ago you were talking about observing the not eyes, and if you did that, and that you would become aware of some other mode of consciousness. I remember that discussion several years back.
Mm-hmm.
And
Actually, being aware of the not-eyes is another level of consciousness. That's the only reason why I can make that promise. It's a tricky promise. Because really nobody can guarantee you anything, okay? But that is another level of consciousness.
And are you gonna talk about how to wake up?
Yeah, probably so. Usually do. At one point or another. It's kind of an obsession of mine. I'll try and do it this weekend. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Consider that, please, okay? Let's see if we can at least accept that as looking that it has an element of truth in it, okay? And then we'll see where we can go with that. But if you're going to reject it because you don't like it, understand? That's what I just said. Something is unpleasant to you, you don't like it, so you simply reject it. It happens all the time. And if that's going to happen, you know, all the rest of the stuff we talk about will go in one ear, out the other. For you anyway. I'll do it anyway for the people who, well, listen, if you want to make some value out of it, I think you've got to at least see for yourself that there's some truth in it, and it would be worth looking into. Okay? Shall we eat? You got to keep them happy. I don't want that. Too much work. I like remembering in the middle of some problem. So who said I'm so important that this matters? And making a big deal out of the fact that something it's not suiting me. It doesn't go in my way. Not going my way. Okay, I'm making this big deal out of it. Why? What difference does it make? Just temporary. You get that? Don't you think that having problems is a way of hanging on to an illusion that you're important, that you matter, that at least you're paying attention to you? And if you can convince everyone else you have a problem, then don't they pay attention to you too? And you get to be real important, huh? But it's not true. So you got to be asleep to buy that lie. I'm not important, period. I'm sure not indispensable. Even if I'm really good at what I'm doing, you can replace me with 3 other people, can't you? It's true, isn't it? Even if I'm really, really, really good at what I'm doing, then get 6. But I'm not indispensable. I'm not important. And yet there still may be some contribution that only I can make, because I am unique. And that's true of everybody else, okay? There may be some contribution that only you can make. And if you don't make it, I bet the universe will survive. So you're still not important, you're unique. You understand? It might be nice if you made it, but I bet the universe will survive if you don't. You understand? I think it does appear to me that that's why people hold on to their problems so much, in order to keep the illusion they're important. Yes, sir.
Were you going to talk about how to wake up?
Oh yeah. I'm just going to harp on this for a while first. Maybe tomorrow. You're coming back tomorrow, aren't you? Okay. I still got time. I really I want to make sure that I at least get across the idea of this today. You can play the victim game if you want. You can pretend like you don't understand it if you want. You can not see this. It's totally up to you. Or you could take a look and say, no, that may not be what's going on. I'm choosing this. I'm deciding not to value this. Because I found out that if I do value it, I lose something that I want. I lose my protection from unpleasant facts. And I lose my ability to indulge myself in wallowing in certain pleasures. And the only ones, interestingly enough, that I lose the ability to wallow in are the ones that cost too much. Isn't that interesting? I think somebody who's very aware can enjoy a fine meal. I think they can enjoy a nice cocktail. I think they can probably still have sex. It may be that they just can't wallow in ones that are so expensive that nobody in their right minds would do it. You understand? You have to be in your wrong mind. Or you wouldn't pay that kind of price for it. What's the big deal about that? During the lunch break, somebody said, well, one of the things that I do, because I talked about wallowing in an unpleasant feeling. Really, it is unpleasant, but I liked it, apparently. And they said, well, one of the things I like to do is fantasize. And you kind of got to go to sleep to do that, don't you? It is rough to fantasize for very long with awareness, isn't it? You get bored with it after a while if you're actually paying attention to it. That's been this one's experience anyway. I can start it, but a few seconds into it, I'm already bored. I know what the end of it is, because I'm writing the damn script. It's boring. I want to go do something. I'd rather sit and meditate and go into a theta state and not think at all. You know? Sit and write some stupid little script with me as the star and the superhero and whatever, okay? But I get bored with it after a few seconds. But I had forgotten about that. I do remember that. That was very comforting at one time. I think I'll go to sleep and have a fantasy. But after a while, I decided that I valued being aware a bit more even than that pleasure. And I started watching the fantasy. I wasn't, consciously doing it, but I was watching it while I fantasized about something, and I noticed the oddest damn thing. All of my fantasies turned into nightmares before they were done. Have you noticed that? You start out thinking about really neat things, how everybody loves you in the world, owes you a living, and all that stuff. And by the time it's done, you're scum. And everybody hates you. And you're right back to your problems again, aren't you? Even in the fantasy. Have you noticed that? Or is it just me? Do your fantasies do that?
Yeah, they're very derogatory.
Yeah, by the time they're done, they start out really neat.
Yeah, they become more and more terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to happen?
Mm-hmm. How about you? Do your fantasies turn into nightmares?
You mean like daydreams?
Mhm.
Like I don't really daydream that much. I worry a lot, so yeah, they just start out as nightmares.
Anybody else have that experience? That your little daydreams turn into nightmares before they're over with? It's not just me, right? I'm willing to believe that I'm defective. So I decided that was too expensive. It sounded like a really neat pleasure, but the actual reality was that it wasn't. I got tired of it. That's one of the ones that I'm talking about, that when you actually check it out with some awareness, you find out the price is way too expensive. That's one of my favorite things to do if I'm stupid enough to drive during parking lot hour that everybody else calls rush hour. I've never figured out why it's called rush hour. Looks to me like the hour when you go and sit in the parking lot and say you're rushing. But on those rare occasions when I forget what time it is and end up on the parking lot, that's one of my favorite things to do is watch the other drivers while they have these weird conversations with themselves and beat the steering wheel. I've seen people do that. They're sitting and screaming and you look in the car like, who are they yelling at? There's nobody there. So it appears to me that most people I don't see too many people sitting there going, ooh, wow, yeah. Really? Most of the time they have these scowls on their face and they're gesturing angrily at no one. It's hilarious. It's the only way to survive rush hours as far as I'm concerned. Watch the show. Have you noticed that? I know some of them are singing. So I know that not all the weird gestures are them having a fantasy. Some of them are singing. I do know that. I'm really glad their windows are down when they're doing it. But some of them aren't. They're having fights with people who aren't there. I know that because I've done it myself. I know that's what they're doing. With a little awareness, suddenly that isn't so enticing anymore. It looks to me like all of these things that we're trying to avoid have a way to respond to the event. If you'll just admit there's an event to respond to. So that's the big thing that I'd like to remind you of. By refusing to be aware and wanting to escape and go to sleep and not experience this, the end result is that the event is still there and you've not responded to it. And so it's going to be there the next time you look, most likely. Isn't that about right? It doesn't make sense, does it? Wouldn't it be a little bit more rational to go ahead and deal with it even though it's pleasant? Unpleasant, sorry. And just deal with it? I used to try to get this across to people. This doesn't seem to work, so I don't know why I'm doing it again. I guess because it's the only thing I know. I used to try to get this across to people by reminding them that if you deny the existence of cars, then effectively, as far as you're concerned, cars will disappear, won't they? You will no longer see them. Now, does that mean that actually all cars vanished off the face of planet Earth? Or does it mean that you went blind? Which do you suppose is more likely?
Get your legs broken.
What's that?
You'll get your legs broken.
Very fast, I think. You will not get your legs broken. I think you'll be dead.
Yeah.
Because you'll cross streets that are totally empty. Won't you? And I think you're going to die. And that's what you're doing. You are not responding well to a real event. No wonder you have so many problems. Can't you get that? That's what a problem is. Lack of response to an event. Or better said, inadequate response to an event. And if something comes along and you do not respond to it adequately, you do some weird thing that doesn't really deal with it, now you have a problem. Isn't that right? If I deal with it, I don't have a problem. I have perhaps an unpleasant chore. But I don't have a problem. It becomes a problem when the event is not responded to adequately, and so it just stays there and usually gets worse. Isn't that about right? If something is not going very well, generally speaking, if you don't respond to it, it gets worse, doesn't it? Not always. Sometimes it goes away all by itself. We don't want to rely on that, I guess. That's what problems are. Inadequate response to a real event. And I think that denying that it exists is one hell of an inadequate response, don't you? Once upon a time I did think that I was unlikable. And I did a little checking around and I realized what I told you about it. That's why I talk about that one. I have a lot of personal experience on that subject, okay? I thought I was just unlikable. And I actually looked around and I realized there were some people who liked me. Unfortunately, they were the wrong people, in my opinion. I was very picky about who liked me, apparently. But there were people who liked me, and I looked at the behavior that I indulged in, and I said, well, I can kind of see why a lot of people don't like me. I'm kind of an asshole. And I can do something about that. If it bothers me that much, I can change the behavior a little bit and be a little more likable and see what happens. I can also be a little less picky about who likes me and stop imagining that it would be better if they liked me than them, you know? I don't know that that's true. I can do a lot of things with that. I think the most valuable one is to maybe practice being likable a little bit and see what happens. Admit that I have some responsibility for it, in other words. And I'm not a victim of this. I behave strangely sometimes. I know it. I can respond to it. I don't know that I'm going to get a beautiful outcome and have everybody like me. But I can do something with it, okay? It isn't necessary to play ostrich. I think that solved the problem. I don't even know if that story's true. I've never seen an ostrich do that. Has anybody actually watched an ostrich put their head in the sand? Is that just a weird story people tell, or do they really do that? Does anybody know?
The reality of it is that they get their head very close to the ground to hear if some predator is coming their way.
You read that somewhere.
Yeah.
You don't know either. But I would like, I do wonder if they actually do that. Do you think that really saves their life? Maybe there's some really stupid predator that won't attack anything without a head. I don't know. So it probably works on this one predator, and all the rest of them have ostrich dinner. Wouldn't you expect? That sure seems like an inadequate response to me. In fact, that's why I questioned it. I'm not even sure I believe they do that. His story actually makes a hell of a lot more sense, doesn't it? And that's weird. And yet we all do it. If I pretend like it's not there, it'll be okay. And it's not. And I'm boring you, so we'll take a break. I will move on from this, but are there any questions or comments about this? It seems like a really foolish thing to do. If I'm going to talk about what you might do to wake up, I won't call it how, as I was asked, but I'll talk about what you might do, okay? It's kind of a waste of time if you don't actually want to do it. And you're not going to see that you've got an obstruction to doing it, which is that you really don't want to. certain parts of your life. And unfortunately, those parts are really big, aren't they? So, just out of curiosity, during the break, would you see if you can make a little list by looking at the times when you tend to go to sleep? See if you can see what it is you're trying to avoid. And in the next little session, I think it would be interesting to look at some of what those are. What am I working so hard not to know? Believe it or not, being ignorant takes work. It's not easy to be ignorant. I did not say stupid. Stupid seems to come quite naturally. I said ignorant. Okay? Ignorant means to be in a state of ignoring, doesn't it? To try not to see something. It takes effort. The more things you don't want to know, the more energy you're consuming every day to keep from knowing it. I think you would be shocked at how much extra energy you have if you stopped ignoring unpleasant things. There are two things that people do that consume a tremendous amount of energy. I suspect this is why a lot of folks, when they do wake up, start sleeping less. Because they suddenly have a lot more energy because they end two activities that consume a tremendous amount of energy. You may not believe what I'm about to say, but I want to remind you of something, okay? If you go out and dig a ditch for a few hours, and you sit in an office somewhere thinking for 8 hours, you get just as tired between the two activities, don't you? Because they take about the same amount of energy. It takes about the same amount of energy to think for 8 hours as it does to spend 2 or 3 hours digging the ditch. Did you know that? So you are just as tired at the end of the day, even though it looks like you've done nothing. Mental processes consume a tremendous amount of energy. So I'm not just making this up. And two of the biggest processes going on in your mind all the time are trying not to know something, and the other one is asking stupid why questions. You stop doing either one of those two things, or you in both of them, you suddenly find yourself full of energy, because all the energy you've been wasting on those two ridiculous activities, suddenly you can do with something else with. And so I'm not the least bit surprised that most people who wake up start sleeping less. And then can't concentrate, of course, and add numbers. A little article I read on the plane said. Do you know that? No conscious people can add, because they won't sleep. You understand what I'm saying here? Not knowing things consumes energy. You have to set up this weird mental blockage against knowing it. And asking why questions is the other one. You don't know the answer to why of anything, do you? So you end up putting the mind into this circle, this circular loop, looking for the answer to something that you don't know. And you go over it and over it and over it, sometimes for years. Because the mind is very bizarre. Once you've started doing something, it will not give up until it finishes. God is apparently not as good a programmer as human beings. A human being who wrote a program like that would be shot. You must put in a condition that detects when you're wasting your time looking for the answer the second time, and stop when you write human programs, okay? God didn't do that. I guess it never occurred to him you'd do anything dumb like that. So he didn't safeguard against it, because that's what we humans have to do. We spend most of our time programming, trying to figure out what dumbass thing you're going to do, and protect ourselves from it. You do that in the programs you write? You don't have to. You don't have very much of a user interface, right?
It's mostly good.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
computer program. I know that's what I spend most of my time doing, is trying to figure out what weird thing the user is going to do now and tell them, please don't do that, it's stupid. Oh, I don't say it that way. I learned my lesson on that one. I had somebody in tears once because I did say it that way. And they took it so seriously, the computer was telling them they were stupid, that they were crying. I learned my lesson on that one. I thought it was funny, but they did not agree with me. Okay? But your mind doesn't do that. So if you ask it a question that it does not know the answer to, it will continue trying to answer it for years. And doesn't even know that it's using the same method that it just used a couple of years ago. Doesn't remember that. Tremendous waste of energy. So any questions or comments? I jumped around a little bit, so I remind you, okay, during the break, see if you can see some of the things that you avoid by going to sleep. Let's take a look at them. If they're not personal, okay? If they're really personal, keep them to yourself. We don't want to know. Okay, let's take a break. So did you come up with anything? Didn't even do it?
Things, repeat the assignment. What's the assignment again?
Things I'm trying to avoid. Don't want to know. Don't want to be aware of.
Okay, I'm afraid that whatever it is I'm trying to avoid is going to cause me pain. I'm going to just
So I don't want to know that I'm going to get hurt tomorrow. Okay. What else?
That I'm aimless.
Didn't hear it.
That I'm aimless.
That what?
Aimless.
Aimless. I actually had that on the list too. Yeah, mine was a little longer sentence. I think one of the things that people don't want to know is that they've never done a damn thing. A little bit more than just aimless. I've never done anything. Really. But
I'm trying to avoid the fact that I'm asleep.
by going to sleep.
Yeah.
What else?
feeling of worthlessness.
And
Lack of
worthless.
purpose.
Did you ever do anything with that little thing I like to say about worthless? Did you ever play with that at all? Or you just want to avoid it?
Which thing?
Yeah, that's all I thought. That's a good question.
You worthless.
I do like to point out to people that we have two words, priceless and worthless, huh? As far as I can tell, they look like the same word to me. Okay? It's one of those typical things in the English language where we have so many words we can make very interesting distinctions. Okay? Don't they look like the same word to you? But they don't mean the same thing, do they? What does this one mean?
That you can't put a price on something because it's worth a lot.
Yeah, that's why. It is so expensive, don't even consider asking me the price. You couldn't afford it anyway. Isn't that what priceless means? This has so high a value that there's no point in putting a price on it. Nobody could ever pay it. Now you notice that's always what I say about film. I always say that the time that I have to offer is so valuable that it would bankrupt the entire universe to pay me back for the use of my time. So I just take as much as I can get, and believe me, I work to get as much as I can, but it's nowhere near what it's worth. You understand? And I really believe that. That the time that I have to offer would bankrupt the entire universe if you tried to pay me back for its value. How do you like them apples? I'm also very humble. Okay, that's the idea of priceless, isn't it? So I don't charge people what I'm worth. I charge them the most they can afford. Okay. You could try actually facing this idea instead of running from it, and actually think about it a little bit and consider it. What does worthless mean? Instead of just running from the feeling for the rest of your life, you could look at it and say, what the heck do I mean when I say I'm worthless? And maybe it means the same thing as this. And I'm right. I've never been able to find a way to put a value on me. Now, I can decide that it's because I have no value whatsoever, or I can decide that the value is so great that I can't see what worth to put on it. No choice. And then I can stay worthless. Without any trouble at all. Somebody walks up to Phil and says, you are a worthless excuse for a human being. I say, I know. Which point? I've known that for years. Trying to tell me something here? I have no problems with it. I know I'm worthless. So what? All that means that if you ever tried to buy me, you'd have to bankrupt the universe. Okay? I know that, so. So I don't wince when people come up and say, that's worthless. You're worthless. Yeah, I know. I got used to that a long time ago. So what? You could deal with it if you want to. All right? Now, to not be so facetious, but I really do mean what I say. I don't understand. When you're looking at a human being, what the difference is between worthless and priceless, okay? I don't see any difference. I can understand it with other things, but not with a human life. Because you're talking about judging the value of someone's life, aren't you? Would you explain to me what criterion you use to judge the value of a human life? Then how are you doing it if you don't know what the criterion is? Where did you arrive at this judgment when you have no standard by which to do it? Sounds pretty damned arbitrary to me. I think you just made it up. I don't know how to do that. I have no clue how to look at any human life and say whether it has value by some standard, okay? I don't know what that would be. Do I judge them by how much they produced? What does that mean? If I didn't live in a society that valued consumption, what would I care what you produced? Am I going to say that only if you produce something that I want to consume? How do I do this? And how do I take into account really remarkable events? Like little kids who come here knowing that they are going to be born with a congenital disease that is going to kill them in about 8 years after they've been here, maybe 10 if they're lucky, maybe 6 if they have a really hard time. And they know they're going to do that. They know ahead of time that that's what they're going to do. And they agreed to it so they could make an example of something for the rest of us to learn from. How does it account for weird events like that, which happen a lot here? Where people get born one purpose and one purpose only, and it is not for them. It's for other people to see something. How do I judge that? How do I put that criterion in there? So I say, a human life is only worthwhile if it's for everyone but me? Well, then what does it do for the rest of us? That's not true for this life. I get to use this one for me, not just for everybody else. Where do you make up these weird rules that you know the value of a human life? You don't even see the arrogance in that, do you? That by pronouncing that you are worthless, you have asked God to move off of his throne and give it to you. Here, let me sit in the seat of judgment. I know more than you do. And yet I ask you, what are your criteria? And you say, I don't know. So I'm glad he didn't move. Looks like he's still where he belongs, and you're still where you belong, futzing about some made-up thing. But if you don't know the same thing I don't know, which is how to judge the value of a human life, then you've made some weird, arbitrary decision based on no real reason at all, haven't you? Yeah. And this is what you're going to avoid for the rest of your life. That you made up some weird belief that you cannot even justify. And you don't like the feeling that comes with having that belief, so you're going to hide for the rest of your life and sleep. And when you look at it that way, it looks pretty damn weird, doesn't it? I think it would be worthwhile to face that and say, where did I get this belief from? And see that it was just arbitrary. It was given and assigned either from outside or from inside. Obviously, I bought it, no matter where it came from, whether I made it up or people gave it to me, okay? I bought it, but it's arbitrary. Nobody knows how to make that decision. Why are you still believing it? Because you've never done that. It's just that simple. You've never taken the time to look at it and continuously remind yourself, I don't know whether this is true or not. This is a belief. I have no idea if it's true. I don't know how to even find out if it's true. I don't even know how to answer that question. I wouldn't even know what to do to find out if it's true or not. I wouldn't even know what experiment to do to check it out. It's meaningless, in other words. A question that cannot be answered is not a question. Maybe somebody can answer it, but I don't think human beings can. I've never met a human being that can answer that question. What is the worth of a human life? I don't know. Maybe there's somebody here who can answer it, who's got the wrong teacher. I don't know. This is, I want to pick that one because I know a lot of people bought this particular thing, okay? And this is, to me, the consequence of using this method of dealing with real things. I bought the belief that I'm worthless. And it is a great torment, isn't it? And it comes up a lot, doesn't it? Which means I must spend my life asleep. Because if you do have this one, it comes up a lot, doesn't it? Every time you do some little thing that doesn't reward you, isn't that one of the reasons? That's because I'm worthless. That's why none of my efforts ever succeed. And it comes up a lot, doesn't it? It's worth facing and realizing it is just an illusion. It's not there. You're afraid of nothing. resist something, okay? When I resist an experience, when I resist some fact, some experience in life, what I get is some form of pain. If you'd stop resisting that you're worthless, you might find it doesn't hurt anymore. You never know until you try. It may be that the pain is not the fact that you're worthless. It is the fact that you don't want to be worthless, so you fight it. And that effort of fighting it is what causes the pain. And if you stop fighting it, you might discover that the pain goes away. You have no reason to be asleep anymore. You just shrug your shoulders and say, yeah, I'm worthless. Because it's the same thing as I'm the most valuable thing that there is. Because the truth is, I just don't know one way or the other. I don't know whether I'm worthless or whether or not my grandiose statement is true, that I would bankrupt the universe if you tried to buy me, okay? I don't know which one of those is true. So I choose to believe the most absurd one. Why not? It's a lot more fun to think about. But I can just as easily say, yeah, I'm worth absolutely nothing. Don't bother trying to buy me. You don't need to. I'm free. Except the problem is it ain't true. I'm not free. You can't buy me. What difference does it make? It's meaningless. It's an obsession that we have with a suggestion, a belief. And we hate the experience of it. And I think that's where the pain comes from. You see if that's maybe true. Try not fighting it for a while. Just go ahead and sit there in that horrible feeling of worthlessness and consider how ridiculous it is. And you see if the pain doesn't go away. And you stop fighting it. That's true of an awful lot of things, okay? Obsessions are the same thing. I get an obsession by resisting one of life's experiences, and pretty soon, if I resist it enough, I become obsessed with it. If you just go ahead and do it and get it over with, we don't have an obsession anymore. Or deal with it somehow. Some of them you can't do. They're so obnoxious. I mean, if you're obsessed with murdering someone, that might not be the best solution, okay? Maybe you should not resist it some other way than going out and doing it. But most of the time, that's my suggestion, okay? If you're obsessed with something, just go ahead and do it. Get it over with. Stop fighting it. If it's really disgusting, you'll probably never want to do it again. No, if it's something as bizarre as murdering someone, please don't follow that advice, okay? You'll have to make a little judgment call on that one, but most of the time that really is what I'd recommend. Just go out and do it. Get it over with. Stop fighting it. And the obsession goes. We have the same thing with being alone. I am alone. That is a fact. There's nothing you can do about that. When you're in a crowded room, you're still alone. In fact, sometimes you're even more alone in a crowded room than you are when you're sitting in your house all by yourself. Isn't that about right? Because you are now aware that you're alone. Painfully, perhaps. And if you resist that because you don't like being alone, what you get is lonely, which is a whole different thing, isn't it? Being alone isn't particularly unpleasant. Most of the time I enjoy being alone, which is a good thing, huh? Since I do spend most of the time alone. Every now and again I would like some companionship. That's easy to take care of, isn't it? Or did everybody disappear when I wasn't looking? I mean, that is not a hard thing to do. Go get a little companionship. And generally speaking, I kind of get my fill of that after a short period of time, and I don't want it anymore, and I want to be alone again. Okay, that's just sort of a little thing that one goes through in life. I want to be alone for a while, and then I don't want to be alone for a while. I want some companions, and I go with some companions, and then I want to be alone again. What's the big deal here? It's pretty easy to deal with. But if you decide that you can't stand being alone, pretty soon you will have this unbearable feeling called lonely. You understand? This feeling is a byproduct of resisting the fact I am alone. I can experience companionship, but I will never stop being alone. Even when I'm with a companion, I am alone. That's the way it is. But I do enjoy companionship. How about you? And I've never, not once, since I opened the eyes a little bit, had any trouble finding a companion. It's the easiest thing in the world because just about everybody else wants one too. All you have to do is be a little bit pleasant. And you walk up to somebody and you say, I'd like a companion for a while, and they say, all right. Isn't that about the way it goes? Every now and again somebody will say, you? Okay, next. I don't want to inflict myself on you, you know. If you don't want me to be a companion, that's fine with me. There'll be some other people who do want me as a companion. You understand? And I've done that many, many times. Sometimes if I don't feel like eating alone, and I call a few people, and all the people I'm usually companions with are all have plans, I shrug my shoulders and I go out down somewhere, and I walk around and I look at people and say, hey, want dinner on me? And sooner or later one of them says, that sounds like fun. I don't mind paying for it. Sometimes they don't even have to. I'll pay for their part. But I figure if I want the companionship, I can at least offer to pay for the meal. Huh? What? I've done that many times. You ever tried that? Really? Anybody here ever tried that? Yeah, it works, doesn't it? You almost always find somebody, huh? Sometimes you regret the choice later.
Always around.
Meals are a good one. I can usually enjoy anyone's company for at least the duration of a meal. How about you? I've often had to disappoint them after it's over and say, well, thank you very much, bye. Now that I've got to know you, I think I'll go look for another companion. Not quite to the taste, that's fine. It's really easy to deal with companionship, okay? Just about everybody else wants it too. But all you got to do is be pleasant. Most people do prefer pleasant companions. Okay? So there's really no reason to make this big deal out of a fact. And that's another one I think most people are resisting. I don't want to know this. And it's true. I am alone. That's the way it is. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with you. It's just the way it is. In fact, the truth is, there's a wonderful thing hidden in that one. That's one of those things that if you ever embrace it and accept it, has a wonderful, interesting, neat present inside that very few people ever find because they can't stand the box. Inside of that is me. If I ever fully accept the fact that I am alone, I may discover me. three facts of this existence that I have. One of them is that I am alone. The other one is that I am indivisible. And the other one is that I am invisible. Okay, I'm making four. And the other one is that I am unknowable. How do you like them apples? I like that phrase this weekend. I'll make it oranges next time. I do get stuck on phrases. Those are facts of my existence, okay? I am alone, I am indivisible, I am invisible, and I am unknowable. There's nothing I can do about that. That is a fact of my existence. There's nothing that I'm aware of that will ever stop me from being alone. There is nothing that I am aware of that will stop me from being indivisible, that can break me into pieces, even though you'd swear from studying the self that that is precisely what has happened. It's an illusion. You can't break into pieces. You will always be. This is the other meaning of alone. All one. I will never be other than one. And that's why I'm always alone. I can never be two. I will always be one. That's all alone really means. I can try all I want to merge with you. And all I'll get is weird feelings, strange sensations that I may or may not enjoy. But it won't end the fact that there's only one of me. It's just the way it is. I'm totally invisible. You cannot see me. All you can see is these rags I wear, and I actually don't need a suit. I kind of like them. I put a bit of effort into these rags. I like them. They're to this one's taste, okay? They're not to everyone's. That's fine. It's all you can see of me, isn't it? You can't see me. I'm invisible to you. You don't even know if I'm really here. I could be one of Disney's robots. Well, I haven't moved around very much. Just pace back and forth here. These robots do that. You'll never know, isn't that right? You don't know if there's actually someone in here. You just make a guess that there must be because it appears that, you understand? I'm invisible, and so are you. And you cannot know me. And I'm having enough trouble doing that myself. It's turning into a very long job. Which is okay, because I find it enjoyable. But no one else is ever going to know me. Period. And that's one of the ones that we really don't like again, isn't it? But I want to be understood! Not me. I want someone to know me. I don't know why you would want that. What would you do with that if you got it? What if you found somebody who understood you? What would you do with that? What's so special about it that you're going to spend your life wanting that? Huh? You can't have it. And when a person realizes these particular things, that this is my state of existence, they discover themselves. So we have a little saying that we don't talk about a whole lot, but since I got into it, I'll repeat it, okay? Man or woman fully comes to themselves. They realize these things. Stop fighting. Then you know. You come to yourself. You may not know yourself, but you come to yourself and you maybe get to know yourself. As long as you're fighting your actual true state of existence, I don't know how you can have a damn thing to do with yourself. Because you're going to have to approach something you don't want to experience. I'm alone. I'm indivisible, I am invisible, and I am unknowable. And I'm very pleased with all of those things. And I get to experience some of the most delightful companions imaginable until I get bored with them, and then I walk off. And then do it all over again. What more could you ask? Has anybody ever had an experience where they felt madly in love with someone and then woke up a while later and realized they had become that person's slave? I think that's a common enough experience that a lot of people have had it, huh? Now let me ask you a question. Just before that occurred, did you think that you'd finally met someone who understood you? Isn't that interesting that just about everybody who said yeah to the first said yeah to the second? Don't you get it? If you fully understood me, I would be enslaved by you. I could not tell myself apart from you. I would completely, 100% identify with you, and whatever suggestion you gave, I would think came from me. I couldn't tell us apart. I would be enslaved by that understanding. I am very, very pleased that you cannot know me, because I can tell that you're not me as a result. I couldn't do that if you understood me and knew me. I wouldn't be able to tell us apart. And so I'd have to do everything you say because I'd think it was me talking. I'm very pleased with that last one. In it lies freedom. I can do or not do. I couldn't do that if you understood me. Even just believing that you understand me is enough to enslave me, isn't it? And then, when a little period of time goes by and you realize you were wrong, how do you feel when you look back at what you did? Interesting, isn't it? And that desire to be understood, we totally overlook the consequences. If you fully understood me, I could not tell us apart. I would completely identify with you. I would be enslaved. No thanks. So I sort of interrupted what we were doing. Anything else you would like to add to this list of things that top 10 list of avoidable experiences?
I go to sleep when vanities hurt. I don't like facing my ignorance.
Okay. Don't want to be egotistical. Okay. What else?
I think you took care of my desire to be loved.
Yeah. I don't want to know that I'm not, huh? I don't see anything particularly weird about wanting to be loved. What's weird about that? I doubt if a lot of people fall asleep because they want to be loved. Maybe a little bit. But don't you think it's more about I don't want to remember that I'm not loved? I think that's a little bit more to the point. Huh? So, unloved. I always like to add, and unlovable. Because I have noticed that most people really are not very lovable, you know? They want to be loved, but damn, they're hard to love, don't you think? You gotta work at it. Most folks, not everybody. That doesn't seem to occur to them, though. Anything else?
Yeah, I tend to go to sleep when I realize my choices to lead a life that is not free.
I don't want to know that I'm a slave.
Yeah.
I don't
Can you imagine what would have happened if the black folks here in America said that in the 1800s or whenever it was? I'm not good with dates. Don't want to know I'm a slave. You suppose anybody would have ever gotten on the Underground Railroad? Why would they? They didn't know they needed to. Or any other place that people have been a slave. You think that Moses could have led folks out of Egypt if they all said, we're not slaves? That sounds like a really good way to be free. Don't admit you're a slave. Don't do a damn thing about it. See, that's my whole point here. This method of dealing with something just leaves it there. And so I get stuck where I cannot wake up. Because I haven't really resolved it. If you want to be free, I'd suggest that you be free. Not ignore the fact that you're not. Interesting way of dealing with things. I interrupted somebody. What was the next one?
I was gonna say I don't want to know that I might not know.
Don't want to know that I don't know. I'll take your body out. Yep. I think that one's real common, isn't it?
This might be under the,
I don't care.
under the confrontation, avoiding confrontation.
Yeah, don't want to have unpleasant encounters with folks. Huh? All right, we'll call it unpleasant confrontations.
I don't want to know sometimes that I do have a choice or control over something because I have to do something about it.
Oh, I don't want to know that I could do something, huh?
Yeah, that's
Okay. I don't want. Well, I can't. Okay. What else? They all sorts of sound pretty silly when you actually put them up there. Oh. What else? I made a list of a few things that I've seen. Some of them are already up there. There are many things that I do not know. I don't want to know that. So that's already up there, okay? There are many things that I cannot do. So I don't think that this one is accurate. I think what this one is that I have to. And I don't want to know that. I don't like having to do anything. Who does? I can't stand being told I have to do something. And I don't want to know that there are also things that I simply cannot know. It's one of the reasons why we won't admit that a question is only a question if it has an answer. If I cannot know it, it ain't a question. It's just noise. And we don't want to admit that. There are some things that I simply cannot know in this particular set of conditions. The biggest one is why. I don't know why. I haven't a clue why. I think if you want to know why, you're going to have to ask the author. I can't figure it out. Another one is that I'm not a very nice person some of the time. How many people want to know that? How much sleep goes into not looking at that? Sometimes it's true, I'm just not very nice. Big deal. Unlike all the rest of you, of course,
Too nice.
who are just really nice all the time, huh? Right. In other words, I'm a human being. That's really what that one says, isn't it? I'm a human being, and I don't want to know that. I don't want to know when there are things I cannot control. When I am powerless, I do not want to know that. Especially when it's you. Which, of course, is always out of my control. No way I can control you, is there? I can manipulate you and con you, but I can't control you. Boy, that annoys me. I don't want to know that. I don't want to know just how afraid I actually am. How many of you are willing to admit how afraid you are? How much of your time is taken up dealing with fears? I doubt if you're even aware of it. I don't want to know that I'm inferior. Anybody here want to know that? You like it when it's pointed out that you're inferior? Damn, a lot of effort goes into that one, huh? This is another one of those meaningless questions again. You can only have an inferior or a superior thing if they're all the same, or should be. Similar, at least, huh? I can have an inferior or a superior orange if I decide what qualities make it that way, huh? Because oranges are more or less, they're very similar, aren't they? How do you have an inferior or a superior human? As far as I can tell, everybody's better at something and worse at something else, because we're all different. And I'm personally very happy about that. I'm not particularly good at mechanical things. So, if everybody was like me, we wouldn't have this nice civilization. I'm all thumbs. I'm really glad there are some people out there who are vastly superior to me on that one. How about you? I don't necessarily want to be good at that stuff. I kind of like being good at something else and making enough money to pay somebody who is good at it to do it for me. I like that arrangement. It's kind of neat living in a world where I'm interdependent with others, isn't it? And so what I can't do particularly well, you do. Because I don't want to do everything. I don't want to have to grow my own food and make my own clothes and build my own house. And then see if I have any time left over to do anything else. I don't want to do that. I kind of like it the way it is. And I think perhaps the biggest thing, our top 10, you tell me if this is true, that I do not want to know, is that I don't know me at all. What you think? I will happily hide in the illusion of me, which I do know. I just don't want to realize that I am a vast, unexplored territory to me. I know almost nothing about me. What you think? You know a lot about your conditioning, don't you? What do you know about you? Most people I've noticed don't even know what they want. You notice that? You ask people what they want and they start stammering. Not everybody. But a lot of people, huh? You ask them what they want and they just go, bah, 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 bah. the biggest ones. I have obsessed for so much of this life over the personality and the conditioning that I have. And I don't know anything about me, and I'm not happy about that fact. It disturbs me, and I want to be asleep, so I don't have to know that. What do you know about yourself? There's a few things, I'm sure. But I wonder if you know yourself well. You ever played the computer game, you know, where you read people's description of self? You don't know about that? Oh, what a bunch of lucky people. You're not so bored and lonely. You have
You're not talking about personals ads, are you?
Well, that's about what it comes down to. Yeah. Really? Wow. I mean, people actually believe that stuff. It's just hilarious. Have you ever had somebody tell you things about themselves that they utterly believe, and you just look at them with your eyes bugged open? You believe that about you? That's a little bit more common, isn't it? What happens when somebody says to you, describe yourself to me? Tell me about you. What do you do? I bet you anything you do like most people do, and you tell them your history. Isn't that about right? Now, what does that tell me about you? That tells me about what happened to you. You feel really comfortable about answering that question? The answer just sitting there on the top of your head? Or does it give you a little moment of, oh my goodness, what am I going to say? Interesting that is not something that we spend some time thinking about a lot. They don't even know me. I don't need to think about that if I'm infatuated with what I'm not. The personality, the self, do I? I never even need to realize that fact, do I? I suppose that's one heck of a good incentive to stay asleep, don't you? I'll never even realize that that terrorizes me. I don't know me. Because of course I think I do. I know what colors I like. Good. I know what my favorite food is. So of course I know me. I know whether I like my boss. I know whether I like my job. So of course I know me. Any questions or comments? So tomorrow I will happily change the subject and answer some of the questions that people have asked me to talk about here. Yeah. Think you got enough to do something with this if you want to. I think maybe we'll do, I went over a bit, one quick session in a few moments where I want to remind you of a little thing that we talk about with the work that's along the same subject. But do you think that you have enough that you could look at this and decide whether you want to keep on going this way? Okay. Let's take a little break and we'll do a couple more things. Okay, so it appears that we have two things going on. I want to find out what it means to be an awake, conscious being. That's one thing. I'm not going to write that, all right? And I want to sleep. So that I don't have to deal with a bunch of unpleasant things, all right? What am I going to do with this? If I can see that this may be a fact, what am I going to do with it? Here's the suggestion. I am choosing sleep. called being responsible for a fact, okay? This is what I am doing some of the time, maybe not all the time, all right? I am choosing to sleep instead of the believing that it's being caused by something, and I gotta find out the cause, and then I gotta go through this whole self-improvement plan to make it all better so that it will not be. You see? I'm choosing this. Which means that I have a choice. I don't have that when I'm pretending like it's happening to me and I have to find out what's to blame, do I? I have a choice to do this or not. If I can investigate and find out that what we talked about today is a fact for me, then I have the choice. The choice is quite simple. Do I want to continue avoiding unpleasant things by going to sleep and then feeling bad because I can't actually be awake like I claimed I wanted to do? That sounds like fun, huh? Or do I want to just go ahead and face it? Do I want to see what I'm avoiding? Stop being unaware of that. When I go to sleep, look and say, all right, what was I avoiding in that circumstance? And then decide, do I want to continue avoiding that? And maybe find out for yourself that if you don't avoid these things, you might be able to respond to them and do something with them. And then it won't be this horrible thing that's left with you for the rest of your life because you're avoiding it. You can do something with it. Even if it's just decide that you don't care. Not worth dying for. Now I gotta be responsible to do that. I have to just see that I do have a choice. And I am making it. I'm making it unconsciously without knowing it. I am choosing to sleep over this. It did not happen to me much of the time. Maybe exceptions, huh? But much of the time I'm choosing to go to sleep. And wondering when I don't seem to be able to wake up. We talk about the fact that as part of some kind of development that I want to do, part of it, not all of it, part of it requires work. And we define the word work very carefully. It doesn't mean going to your job. Okay? It's a very particular activity. But this is one aspect of developing. Okay? Work. The other aspect ain't got nothing to do with, and it's called grace. Okay? You don't need to worry about that because there's nothing you can do about it. It's either given or it isn't. You can only get so much by work. But it does appear that you won't get much grace unless you're willing to do a little bit yourself, huh? I don't know if it's all going to be given as a gift, but that is one aspect of any kind of development, okay? There's two parts to it. One is just grace that's given to you, and the other one you work for. Work, it consists of two things, all right? One of them is analyzing the ideals that I have accepted as true, which interfere with peace of mind. And those often show up in a person as fake knowledge, really called opinions and beliefs. An ideal is your definition of how things ought to be. And I really doubt that you know how things ought to be. If you do, you must be the wisest being on planet Earth, and I wonder why people are not flocking to your door. Years ago, that was the experience that I had. years and years and years ago, I decided that I never wanted to talk about this stuff again. And so I shut my mouth. And I never let on that I knew some very interesting things about life on planet Earth. I just did it. I wasn't going to die. I just didn't want to tell anybody else. I was tired of it. And there was the strangest thing that happened. I got a job, and about 4 or 5 people at the job kept bugging me with questions about the strangest things, like, what's the purpose of life on Earth? Why are you asking me, I would say. Do I look like I know? Well, yeah, actually you do. Damn! I was trying to hide that. You know, strange questions. What do you do when you have this big personality problems? Like, what? You don't think I have any personality problems? Well, I haven't noticed any. Strange questions. They didn't work. I did it for, I don't know, I forget how long now, it's been too long ago. I did it for a while, and I finally just gave in. So I really hate to tell you this, but I have a funny feeling that if you really knew what you're claiming to know, everybody would notice and they would not leave you alone. They would pester the heck out of you until you told them. I don't think you know how things ought to be. I don't think you know what would be good and what would be bad. I don't think you know. I don't think you know any of these opposites. You don't know what's moral and immoral. You don't know what's right and what's wrong. But they sure do interfere with your peace of mind, don't they? Because you spend a lot of time stewing whenever by some ideal you aren't being the ideal, or by some ideal somebody else isn't being the ideal, and you spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to force either you or them to be the ideal, or maybe it's just an event. Not exactly fun, is it? Not conducive to peace and harmony. How do you like being told that you're all screwed up and you ought to change? I know you listen to it in your head all the time, but how do you like it coming from outside, huh? Is that your favorite thing to hear? Anybody here like that? You like it when somebody comes up and says, you know, you're really messed up. Here, let me prepare a self-improvement plan for you. How to win friends, huh? Tell them what's wrong with them. Help them change themselves. It doesn't look like it's conducive to a peaceful, harmonious life to me. And I think you know that it leads to a lot of discomfort and unpleasantness and lack of peace and harmony on the inside. All those critical voices in your head that tell you what's wrong with you. Huh? That is the job of someone who wants to be aware, to see for themselves they do not know what is right and what is wrong, and what is good and what is bad, and any other opposite. In fact, maybe discover that there are no opposites at all. There is no hot and there's no cold. There's a bunch of degrees that we marked off on a thermometer. Some of them have more than others, I've noticed, but they measure the same thing, don't they? And more little marks. But they measure the same thing, don't they? Degrees of temperature. Get everybody to agree where hot begins and cold ends. And I'll tell you that you know what you're talking about, huh? That's just a simple thing, isn't it? That's just one little opposite that we totally believe in. There is hot and there is cold. There is light and there is dark. There's good and there's bad. Now we're getting into something much more difficult to see. We can do it pretty easily with the physical things if we want to. But good and bad, oh, we all know what that is. We just can't agree. Figured that one out. We all know what's good and we know what's bad and we know what's right and we know what's wrong. We just can't agree on the subject. So obviously this exists, huh? And we all know it. It's just an illusion. A while back, Spirit communed with itself. It said, there are things that I want to do. They're very hard in a place of pure being. So I'm going to fashion a form. That form will hide light. You can cover a light with a shroud and it's still there, isn't it? And I'll forget everything. And I'll vow 1,000,000 times do what I set out to do, and I will break that vow every time. But one time I may remember. And that's what we're here to do. The shroud is the body aware, isn't it? It covers a great light that you've forgotten, but it's still there. This morning, someone said, on those rare occasions when I remember self, then a thought comes. And I get so interested in analyzing that thought that I forget self again. The thing that I've tried very, very hard and just failed utterly to get across to people is that you are so enmeshed and enraptured with the self that you've forgotten yourself. So we're going to draw one more time. Picture of man. And I hope that this time you might see something. You're so fascinated with the personality that you forget the awareness. You think that, or seem to feel, as far as I can tell, that the awareness is what it perceives, what it's aware of. That's not so, is it? What I am aware of is not me. Isn't that right? Someone said this morning that they had an interesting experience where there was something that they wanted very much to be present for, a little moment that they wanted to experience, and they needed to go out and do some things. And this thought suddenly came. They didn't tell me what it was. That got them to realize they needed to go home now to be with what they wanted to do. And they said, was that thought, spirit, talking to me? And I said, no. Because that's way behind thought. Whether it's thinking in words or thinking in pictures, we do both, don't we? That thought was your dismal loss of the communication. After you interpreted it into the symbols of words, you're fortunate enough that you were paying enough attention that you heard the gist of it. Go home, it's going to happen shortly. But it wasn't the communication, was it? Just to describe this little room that we're in would take longer than I could burn this house down. Isn't that right? And change it into a pile of ashes so the description meant nothing. But that's all we have when we lose the awareness, is the words that are our attempt to understand. Isn't that right? But there's a place where you can just be and perceive and use the body that you're in to do what you wanted to do when you came here, except you forgot. Because when you arrived, you'd forgotten everything. Isn't that about right? You forgot where you came from. You forgot where you were going. You certainly forgot where you were, where you are. You're greeted by a lot of other confused folks who told you that they knew. And since you didn't know what was going on, you decided they must be right. And you started doing what they said life was about. And somewhere inside, that spirit said, this isn't right. There's something very wrong here. I've lost myself. I've forgotten what I'm doing. This can't be what I wanted to do. He likes that chair. I'll drop this shortly. I don't know any other way to remind you than to feel it. Words don't do it, do they? I've told this story a zillion times. And it engages the intellect, and you like the words, and you sit and think about them, and you lose the thing that they're about. I don't know any other way to do this than to just stand here for a moment and feel it. And maybe it'll remind you of something that you'll remember. When we're done with the words, you can just watch yourself getting all lost in this great task that's ahead of you, so you think. To spend the rest of your life fiddling around with ideas and thoughts and other dead things. And think you've got something done. But all those things are dead. We have here a really rich experience, don't we? And when I turn it into words, it dies. Because most of the experience is gone, isn't it? how much can I tell you about this room that I'm in? And the experience of being with all these very interesting people. How much can I tell you in words of that? But that's all we have left, isn't it? A bunch of dead words and ideas. And we think, believe that that's my job, is to play with all that stuff. We lose this, don't we? It's gone. You see, it's interesting, isn't it, that today is not like yesterday, is it? I noticed when folks came in, this one was sitting there very quietly. Suddenly no one wanted to speak with him, which is not normally the case, is it? I'm just sitting here right now. Can you say in words what's going on? Or are you going to lose it? Something is happening, isn't it? There are things that can be communicated other ways, by experience. But you lose every time you try and turn it into a thought so you can grab a hold of it and keep it and manipulate it and use it and all these other things you want to do. It's gone. So just a few short moments of sitting there saying, we'll see if we can do this another way. It's not in the words, is it? But somehow you've got to remember. All of this is a shroud that covers the light. And I'm using that word on purpose. It's a dead thing. And you've forgotten. And you come here saying, I want to remember, but you hear a bunch of things that say, here's some psychological stuff you can play around, that I can try and fix this personality which disturbs the hell out of me. It isn't good enough. It isn't getting me what I want. And you get lost in that, don't you? So when that being comes here, it has the body. It has all the senses in it to experience all this that's going on. And there's a lot more to sense than just those 5 little things that you talk about all the time as being the senses, isn't there? There's very clearly something going on in this room right now that you're aware of that I don't think you can explain to me by the 5 senses. Isn't that correct? Is it coming from what you see? Is it coming from what you hear? Where are you sensing this from? But it's here, isn't it? And it also gives you the ability to act, which you did not have in a state of pure being. That means you can do something very quickly that you apparently wanted to do. And it has an awareness. That can experience all of this and use words to help the understanding. But somehow I think, or it sure looks like, Words aren't helping the understanding anymore. They're crippling it. Because they're pretending like it is all of the experience. Instead of realizing that's just a little part that I can manipulate to try and understand the experience, but it's not the experience. It's just a small, small fraction, isn't it? This could use that and stay in a place of pure awareness. Understand? Except we're not too interested in that, it appears. And there is another aspect to all of this that is the part of life itself that made this body to live in and made an awareness to experience through that is just invisible to us. That's the light that we hid. Depending on how mystical you want to get, it may well be the most interesting part of life. These two spirits interacting and playing around as long as they're here. And we're entirely lost in this spirit being identified with everything that is not alive, being fascinated by the dead objects that it can move around, that give it the illusion of great power and control. Isn't that about right? And we've lost our connection with life itself. I read an interesting little thing this morning while I was sitting over at the table. It said something, I don't remember, I could go get it, but what the heck, I'll just do a bad thing from memory, okay? Something along the lines of a portal opened and in an act of great faith, I dove through. And what I thought as God met me as a human being. And I immediately saw one more time the picture of man. For a brief little moment, the awareness met X and discovered that I am God. God is within me. And that's what we lost when we got all enraptured with these dead things that we can move around and play with and feel powerful about. It just isn't clear to me what the loss would be to do both. To experience those two spirits that are really one. Interacting with each other, playing with each other, and still move around all those dead things. If that's what you want to do. Which I presume you do, or Why would you be here? What would you lose if you did both? You know? How do you suppose the night sky feels when the moon comes up and reflects the light of the sun and effortlessly dispels the darkness? I think there might be a little bit of jealousy there. It's such innate power. Do you suppose it hates the moon for showing that it's nothing? Just effortlessly, doesn't it? It just sits there and reflects the light. Doesn't even do anything. Just a dead rock sitting up there and with no effort at all wipes out the dark. How do you suppose the self feels when the awareness rises up, begins to reflect the light of God effortlessly, just by being there, shows it that it is utterly empty and meaningless and powerless? Do you suppose it despises that awareness for casually, just by its mere existence, reflecting such a great power that sets all of my plans and great thoughts to nothing? What would it do to keep that light hidden? Well, we know the answer to that question, don't we? It will convince you that you don't even exist. That you, in fact, are the personality. And keep you from ever seeing that light, so you can stand in it and reflect it and dispel it all. It's the only chance that it has, huh? Keep you so occupied, so distracted with it by this wonderful thing called identification. I am what I perceive. And then you'll never have a chance, will you, to see what you could have done. That you could have just moved a little bit, and the light would have shone on you, and it would have reflected off and dispelled all of that with no effort at all. I think I'm going to make this one real short. I don't even want to go on to words for So we draw this picture to express an idea about being human, but we've sort of forgotten about, okay? We call this the picture of man. The idea is that a human being can be seen as composed of four aspects. It's just one way of looking at a human being. There's lots of ways of doing it. This particular way says that a human being is made up of a body. We all know about that part, and an awareness function that most people call mind. That's fine. Although I think it's a limiting word, since what you normally consider as the mind is a sequence of thoughts, and there's a lot more to it than that. So we prefer to call it awareness, to remind ourselves that there's something behind all the thinking that's going on. It is part of a human being that is aware of experiencing all of this. So it is the part that says I. And it was designed for a very odd function. That function is to allow a small part of life to consciously know that it is God being a human being. That's the word we use for it. It's not a particularly good word, but that is the word we use in this culture, isn't it? That's what a human being was made for. It took life millions upon millions of years to evolve a form that was capable, with a bit of effort, to know that it was the Creator itself, that it is the Creator itself, living in the material universe, without forgetting that, to do everything that that being does, knowing that it is life itself, the Creator of all things, doing it. It's called living a conscious life. Does that make sense? So the awareness experiences all of this, and it says, I. But in order to be open to that awareness that I am the Creator itself, a small little speck of life itself, it has to be open to almost every aspect of reality there is. And the downside of being that open is that I am the most suggestible animal on planet Earth. I am open to every suggestion that comes my way, and I have this difficulty with not saying I am what I perceive. Around here we call that identification. And it says I am what I perceive. And I do that very easily, don't I? Have you ever been walking down the street in a fairly decent mood, and suddenly you feel horrible? You don't have any idea where that came from, but of course, you claim it as your own, This is my feeling. This is me feeling something. And you immediately begin to think of all the reasons you have to feel horrible, which I'm sure are many. There's absolutely no effort required to explain why I feel horrible, is there? I think we all have a whole laundry list full of reasons to feel horrible. And we walk on down the street thinking about all the reasons why I'm feeling so bad, and perhaps on occasion happen to glance behind us and see someone with a dark cloud over them walking by. Now, whose feeling was that actually? Was it mine? Or was it theirs? But that's what we do, isn't it? Anybody ever had that experience? Where it seems so peculiar that you actually look around and say, my goodness, that's not me, that's them. They feel horrible. But I immediately identified with what I perceived. Because one of the things that I perceive is other people's feelings. I don't really understand why we don't know that. Consider that to be one of our senses. I have the ability to sense other people's feelings. So moods are very contagious, aren't they? Much more contagious than a cold. I catch a mood much quicker than I catch a cold, don't I? But because of this identification, when I feel that, I say it's me. I claim it. And then I explain it. And now it is my feeling. So that's probably happened many, many times when you didn't even notice it. I've noticed that a few times. That one's pretty remarkable when I am walking down the street and I feel pretty good. And then suddenly, I just feel like, shit, I don't know why. And I've noticed that many times. I'll turn around and there goes somebody with the weight of the world on their shoulders, huh? That was not my feeling. It was something I perceived. But because I am no longer centered in an awareness of what I am, that I am a couple of spirits that have the ability to actually be one spirit, although very few people ever experience that, do they? That's what's called mysticism. When these two spirits say, I am one. They stop seeing this artificial division between the awareness and life itself and just say this is one being here. That's what people call mysticism. Not everybody wants to do that. That's fine. If you're interested, more power to you. Go ahead. If you're not, that's fine too. But I'm no longer centered in that. I'm centered in a bunch of thoughts and feelings and sensations. So I identify very easily with all sorts of things and say that is me, even when it's not. This is one of the big difficulties with being born a human being that has the potential to be aware of something that is beyond the senses. So you have no sense for a spirit. If you've ever seen a ghost, you didn't see a spirit. You saw whatever weird ectoplasmic, that's just a word for something we don't know, isn't it? Whatever the heck weird thing it is that ghosts wear. But you didn't see the spirit, you saw its body. His body's just made out of something strange, huh? You cannot perceive a spirit. So for a long time, people used to use as a symbol of this the wind. You can't see the wind, can you? On purpose. Our eyes weren't designed to see air. That would be pretty useless, wouldn't it? And you wouldn't be able to see anything else, would you, since air is everywhere you go. So they were designed so that air would be invisible to you. So people have used as a symbol of this idea to try and get people to understand that the wind, you can only tell the wind is there by what it does. Isn't that right? You know the wind's there because you can sense what it does, but you cannot sense the air itself. That's invisible to you. Spirit is the same way. The only way that you can even begin to deal with this, because you have no sense that will give you information about it, is to be very, very, very quiet and see what it's doing. That you can sense. And then you can get this impression of it being there. But it takes a lot of quietness that most of us don't experience when we're living inside this radio that we've never figured out how to turn off. Isn't that about right? There's an off switch to this thing. Do you know where it is? And it's very annoying radio, isn't it? The harder you try to turn it off, the louder it gets. Isn't that about right? You can't turn it off by trying to turn it off. The only thing you can do is just get very, very quiet and see if it goes away. You can't turn it off by trying to turn it off, can you? To be aware of this, life gave us an awareness that is so open that it's completely suggestible all of the time. And this is one of the biggest suggestions it has. I am what I perceive, identification. So I lose myself in all the sensations that I'm experiencing and aware of. So we're going to pick up the story of living on planet Earth just a little bit before we actually get here. And I'm going to go back to something that probably you don't remember at all, which is even before you got in the womb. Before that happens, before we get in the womb, we go through a very strange experience that is designed to so confuse you and so mix you up that you forget everything. That's what life wanted to do. Just don't ask me why, because I haven't a clue. I can tell you what, but I have no idea why. It's kind of a funny game, isn't it? I want to forget everything, even what I am, so I can go through this experience that I set out to do of experiencing the human game, which I've noticed most of us don't like. We don't like the human game, huh? We want to be anything but a human being. I don't quite know why. It's kind of fun being a human being, actually. Most of us are resisting it. There's so much about it that we don't like, that we want to cut out all sorts of pieces of it and throw them away and say, no, that's not the human game, that's something else. No, I think that is the human game. You just don't want to be human. That's probably a little more accurate description, isn't it? We go through this experience that completely confuses us until we've forgotten everything. And then we get into this interesting world that around here we call the uterine world, which for a human being is about as close to paradise as you are ever going to get. as a human being. You are completely cared for, aren't you? Everything you could possibly need is given to you. You're supplied with air, you're supplied with food. About the only thing that's missing is something to do. Isn't that about right? But the nice thing is that you don't know about doing yet, so you're not even bored. You just sit there and float in utter bliss. Never hungry, never tired. Somebody else takes that on too, you know. Most of the things that would make you tired are pumped out and given to somebody else to deal with. I presume you know about that part, huh? Did that ever happen while you're pregnant, that you suddenly get tired for no apparent reason? Yeah, I would expect that to happen. You float in this lovely place for what seems like an eternity, since you don't know about time yet either. You don't know about these things yet. Doing, time. Time is kind of the measurement of change, isn't it? And when you're in a place where you really can't tell what's changing, you don't even know that time exists. You don't perceive it. And you live there for a while, and get used to it, and about the time you think this is the way it is, you're served your eviction notice. And now it gets very interesting, doesn't it? Somebody kicks you out, squeezes you through this ridiculously small tunnel, and forces you into an entirely different environment where a whole bunch of senses suddenly wake up and start perceiving things for the first time. All of which is experienced as excruciating pain. I like to remind people what it's like to walk out of a dark room on a brightly lit day. That change hurts for a moment, doesn't it, until you adapt to the new conditions. Well, you've just gone through probably one of those most dramatic changes a human being will ever experience. Fortunately, there are very few other life experiences once you get here that are like that. Every sensation is reporting excruciating pain. And you've forgotten what's going on. So you immediately try to make sense out of it. But right now, you're living in a body that hardly works. Doesn't even have much of a mind yet. You won't have a fully functioning human brain for another 11 years. So you have this measly excuse for a mind that would be about good enough for a snake to make sense out of this experience with. And about the only thing at this point in time that you could possibly come up with is that I've been screwed. It's true, isn't it? Somebody don't like me very much. They kicked me out of paradise and sent me to hell. And so we all make a decision at this point with pretty much what comes down to the nervous system itself makes the decision, because there's not much else going on. The human brain is much too complex to form in the womb. It takes too long. It's too big. One of the difficulties. If the brain were fully formed in the womb, you'd never get out. That's one of the things that's always kind of struck me about babies. The ratio of head to body isn't what it is for an adult, is it? They're almost all head, aren't they? Just to hold an incomplete brain. You see? If you look at an 11-year-old's head and say, okay, that's what it would take to hold a fully formed human brain, how would you get out? So you don't have much to understand, much equipment yet to understand what's going on. So you form this bizarre conclusion that you know what's going on, without a lot of ability to make this decision. And we say that we now know what life is about. We call this the master decision. It forms the basis for every other decision I'm going to make for the rest of the time I am on planet Earth, unless I question it and say, perhaps I was wrong when I made this decision in the first place, in the light of a lot more information about life on Earth. And now that I actually have a brain to process information with, I can reevaluate that and say, oops, I made a boo-boo. I didn't know what life was about then. But if we don't do that, this forms the basis for every other decision that we will make. And it says, I know what life is about. But it's all done without words. I don't have language yet. Unless, of course, you're one of those people who talks to babies inside the womb and then you believe that they do, I guess. But we're going to presume, that you're one of those people who didn't learn how to speak English in the womb. Okay? Because I'm not so sure that you did, even if somebody talked to you while you were in there. I'm not sure you could make much sense out of a language that's about a world that you've never experienced. What the heck does it mean when a sound comes along that says, oh, I love you? Like, what is I? I thought I was all there was. How could there be something else? What is love? What is you? How are you going to make sense out of that when you're in your own little place, floating there, and that's all you know? There may be some value to talking to kids in the womb. I'm not saying there isn't, but I don't think it teaches them the language because it's all referring to things they couldn't possibly know a damn thing about. Isn't that right? All this is done pre-verbally. And most people, once they learn language, can no longer make sense out of things that don't have language. So most of us cannot even remember this happened, and if we ever do remember it, it seems bizarre. It doesn't even make sense to us anymore. We don't have much ability to understand that, especially since once we learn that language, we never go back to a pre-verbal stage, do we? And just sit there in awareness without translating it and losing most of the experience by changing it into words. And that decision in words, so we can communicate it now, is I know what the purpose of life is. It's to go back where I came from and escape this horrible, hideous torture that I'm going through now. We say that the purpose of living is to regain the state that I had a moment ago, where I was non-disturbed. Now, this really is not the first decision. It's not the one that's made at birth. this is what it becomes after I have a little more experience with living. I want that back. It does sort of occur to me after a while that I'm probably not going to get back in the womb. I'm probably not going to ever be that fully taken care of again. Although I do know that an awful lot of people wish that they could be that taken care of again, don't they? And sort of want to impose on the rest of us that little duty and obligation, huh? It's your job to take care of me. That pretty common thing? Or as I dearly love to express it, if only you would grow up, then I wouldn't have to. I could just remain an infant, a child for the rest of my life, and you would be an adult and take care of me. And I think just about all of us are busy telling everybody else, why won't you grow up so I don't have to? Don't know how well that's going to work. This becomes the purpose of our life. Our purpose provides me with motivation, doesn't it? It's what moves me, gives me the desire to do a thing, so that I can accomplish the purpose. It's that weird little thing that we know about but have a lot of trouble with, huh? Called motivation. What puts me into motion? Once I have a purpose for the life, I have motivation to accomplish that purpose. So everything I do from that moment on will be to accomplish that purpose. To try to make things here, where I am now, in an entirely different world, non-disturbing. I don't want anything to bug me. I don't want anything to be uncomfortable to me. I want everything to be to my taste. Just give me what I want. Stop giving me all that stuff that bugs me. Take it back. And our entire effort is aimed at that. So mankind's great dream is that one day we'll have this utopian state that will be my mommy and provide me with food and clothing and shelter and transportation and things to do, and keep all those nasty, nasty people who bug me away and turn them into good little ants and bees. And we'll all work together to create a womb called Mother Earth. I don't know, Mom Earth don't look too nice to me. One place she provides a desert, won't give us no water. Another place she gives us too much. Everywhere you go, everything's eating everything else. I've never quite understood this reverence for the great Mama Nature. She seems more like a daddy to me. She just kind of throws you out there and says, I hope you survive. As far as I can tell. Not too nurturing. No, that's what they call her, huh? Mama Nature. I think they should have called her Papa Nature. Don't you? Yeah, the much more paternalistic attitude as far as I can tell. It's like, maybe you'll make it, maybe you won't, but work at it, huh? understand what's being said here? This is what I am doing 24 hours a day, all the time, is trying to figure out how to make things stop being so disturbing to me. On a planet, in a world, where as best I can tell, everything was designed to disturb you a little bit. I think that's why Mama Nature isn't so nurturing, huh? There are about maybe 3 or 4 places on planet Earth where the weather is just perfect for human beings. Isn't that about right? And boy, are they crowded. Everybody wants to go there, and then they can't stand the fact that everywhere they go, they bump into another person. So they've taken a place that, you know, could have been paradise and turned it into another kind of hell. Because everything you want to do in those places, you stand in line for an hour. Because everybody else wants to do it too. I don't think planet Earth was designed to be non-disturbing to human beings. What do you think? It's a beautiful place. Beautiful place, isn't it? And I make fun of the deserts if I want and say how goofy to put a place where there's no water, which life needs. But on the other hand, I think deserts are probably one of the most beautiful things on planet Earth, aren't they? A bit stark, but they're really neat. Just as neat as the places where it's all lush and everything else, huh? It's a wonderful place. But I don't think it's ever going to provide you with non-disturbance. And I don't even know if that would be to your advantage if it did happen. I don't know about you, but what kind of gets me out of bed in the morning is the fact that I got to pee. Otherwise, I'd just happily lay there. If something didn't come along and disturb me, like a little hunger or a full bladder or, you know, the fact that I don't have enough money to eat tonight or something, I'd probably just lay there. But we're totally non-disturbed. That's what gets me moving. I don't know if I'd want to actually take it all away. Why would I do anything then without a little disturbance, huh? I do need a certain amount of comfort and so on, but I don't know if I want it to be comfortable all the time. I wouldn't have much motivation to do anything then. But that's what we wish would happen. It would just be non-disturbing to me. And we immediately come up with a remarkable method, a how. Another one of our great obsessions, isn't it? How? How do I do this? That's the question that was asked yesterday that we're going to pretend to answer, because there is no answer to it. How do I get into this awakened conscious state? There is no answer to that question. How do you smell? You really think that someone could teach you to smell if you didn't already smell? I mean, let's say that for some bizarre reason, your nose actually could work, but you didn't know what smell was. Who could teach you how to do it? Well, breathe really deep. Savor the molecules of the air. I mean, what the hell would that mean to you? How do you teach that? You see, there really is no how. But we are obsessed with how because of what we want to do. We want to create non-disturbance here on planet Earth, and our efforts don't seem to work too good. The harder I work to get it non-disturbing, it seems that the more disturbing it gets. Isn't that about right? I mean, the times when it's least disturbing is when I kind of forget about all that stuff and just decide to have a good time anyway. Isn't that about right? Even though there's some stuff going on. So it seems like the harder I work to make it non-disturbing, the more disturbing it gets, sort of like what we talked about yesterday. Music disturbs me. It apparently doesn't disturb anybody else because it's everywhere I go. Apparently silence disturbs everybody else on planet Earth, but lack of silence disturbs me. So see, in order for you to get non-disturbance and have your music everywhere, I get to get disturbed. That's one of the problems with this little method, isn't it? Because we're all different. And apparently people like having a soundtrack everywhere they go. I never wanted to be a movie star, so it's just kind of weird to me, okay? Who's playing this music? Am I in a bad film? What's up? So I can deal with it this way by saying, I want non-disturbance. And I can go around getting all upset about it and demanding that they change the station or, you know, whatever it is you do, just sitting inside your head, which is real effective, fussing about it, which is probably what most of you do when it disturbs you, huh? I know. I'll think about how it ought to be different. That'll do it. Now, that's one way that doesn't seem real effective, huh? Or I can just put no value on it at all and allow this body to filter the information out. But that's not the method we normally use, is it? We put tremendous value on everything that disturbs me, the center of the universe. But that's another thing that's based on sensation. It does appear that you're the center of the universe, doesn't it? Because of the way the senses work, it appears that I stand here in the center of all things, and it's all radiating out from there, which oddly enough is even true. But I don't know if that makes me important, which is the next little thing that we come to. If I'm in the center of the universe and the center of all things, then I must be really important, huh? And that's what we do, isn't it? Focus on all those things that disturb me and try to come up with a how, a method of getting rid of the disturbance. And our first thought on the subject, which is completely, it's not a thought even, is completely instinctive and actually quite effective for a short period of time. This is where we get into the idea of conditioning, okay? I use some methods that actually work for a while. So I become conditioned to do that from now on without ever questioning it, without ever thinking about it, without ever considering what I'm doing, and asking self, is it still working? Because it did work once for a while. And it becomes an automatic behavior from that moment on, doesn't it? That I never question. And that first decision is, we're going to put I in quotation marks to remind ourselves that I'm now identified with a bunch of sensations that I'm calling I. I want my way now. That is the first decision I make about how to get non-disturbance. If I had my way, none of this would be happening and I'd be happy. That's our other word for non-disturbance, isn't it? Non-disturbed is not exactly in the vocabulary we normally speak, isn't it? It's called happy. Isn't that what happy is? Happy is that lovely place that I get to on rare occasions when nothing is bothering me. And yeah, that does happen every now and again, thank goodness, doesn't it? There are moments of complete and utter non-disturbance. They last, huh? Moments, yeah, they last for a few minutes to a few hours to maybe even a few days, and then something comes along and disturbs you and you lose it all. And then you pine away for that thing that you know could exist. Happiness. And you live in the land of the free where you are guaranteed the right to pursue it for the rest of your life. Apparently the people who started this country were a little smarter than us, and they knew you couldn't get it, so they just promised you could chase it. They knew every now and again you'd catch it for a few moments and savor that moment, and then it'd escape you and you could run after it again. They promised you could do that. A pretty nice promise, don't you think? But they were obviously pretty smart. They didn't say you could have it. They just said they wouldn't interfere with you trying to chase it, okay? That's fine. You can do that all you like. So this is how I would get non-disturbance, by having my way all the time. And the way to get it, my method, will be to complain. Completely instinctive. I open this mouth I now realize I have, and I fill these lungs that I didn't know I had 2 seconds ago, and I expel some air and make a noise that was carefully designed by a loving creator to drive all adult human beings mad. You see? The creator was pretty smart, huh? He made this poor little helpless being and gave it a great power, the ability to disturb the hell out of the nervous system of all adults of the same species around it. And thank goodness he also took that power from you shortly thereafter. Now you can just scream. You can't make that sound that an infant can make, can you? I've often considered that the closest thing that comes to that sound is fingers going down a blackboard, huh? Which doesn't disturb everybody, by the way. You know that? Some people aren't bugged by that fingernail scratching sound. Don't work on every nervous system. But that sound that infants make is pretty effective, isn't it? You've got to stop it, don't you? And fortunately, life put another little thing into these bodies that gives you the desire to protect it. So your method of stopping it is to give it what it wants instead of killing it. That may sound ridiculous, but we do know that sometimes that don't work. And then we all get incensed. How could that person kill their baby? Well, unfortunately, that part didn't work in them. These bodies aren't perfect, and sometimes things break. And that part of them that gives them a very strong desire to nurture and protect the infant wasn't working, and they had to endure that sound, and they couldn't take it anymore. Perfectly understandable, isn't it? But fortunately for most of us, that isn't the case, and someone comes along and they figure out what's bugging you, and they take care of it. So for a while, this works, doesn't it? I have the ability to command the obedience of some very powerful beings who can supply me with everything that will get rid of my disturbance. when was the last time you complained? 20 years ago? Because it don't work so hot these days, does it? People don't just snap to the minute I complain anymore, do they? And figure out what I want. That's what's even neat about it when you're an infant, huh? You don't even have to tell them. They'll go to a lot of effort to figure it out all by themselves. And then we wonder why we get these adult folks saying, well, you should just know what's bugging me. Why do I have to tell you? Because I haven't a clue? Well, you should just know. If you really love me, you just know. I said I was a leper, not a mind reader, huh? But again, I've had that experience where people just knew and they went to a lot of trouble to figure it out, so how come you won't do that today? It's called conditioning. I don't know about you, but just about everywhere I go, I'm pretty well guaranteed if there are folks there, they're going to be bitching about something. Isn't that about right? Complaining up a storm. It all ought to be different. If I just complain enough about it, then my little magic incantation, my magic formula of uttering the secret word, ew, will just change it. You see? It will mobilize the spirits, the genies, and they will all come and make it better. Of course, you guys are the genies, you understand. You've got to do the work to make my magic incantation work, huh? And we're still doing it many, many decades later without even questioning, is it working anymore? Sometimes I guess it appears to, but is it working all the time? I wonder if it's worth the few times that it does work. Because we get the same situation that we had with the Muzak, okay? Well, I'm busy complaining about it. What I'm doing is focusing all the attention on just how bad it is. That's all I can think about, is how horrible this experience is, how it ought to be different, what's wrong with it. And I take a momentary little disturbance and turn it into a terrible event in my attempt to fix it and change it and make it go away. Which kind of explains how the harder I work to get non-disturbance, the more disturbing it gets. A little thing comes along that's disturbing. It would have lasted for a brief period of time, but then I grab a hold of it and won't let it go. And demand that something be done about it and prolong it. I noticed that a lot of old stories started with an interesting phrase. And I find that interesting that the old storytellers always started their stories with and. They obviously weren't as tied into everything has a beginning as we are. Isn't that about right? And it came, sounds about right, to leave. That's what it said. And it came to pass. Isn't that interesting? We don't say things like that anymore, huh? But that's what all events do, don't they? They come in order to go. And I don't like that too much, especially if they're really bad events. So I grab them back and say, I demand that you fix this event and make it different. And I also try, of course, to do that with the really pleasant ones. I want to hold on to them as long as I possibly can and reproduce them at will. And this is one of my methods, complaint. make sure I never forget just how bad it was, so that someone will fix it effortlessly on my part, because they got to do all the work. This decision that we make becomes what's called conditioning these days. And the way that works is that it becomes so automatic, such a habit, and so much anguish is tied up with that decision that it grows inside us and forms an interesting little thing called an entire personality that knows only one thing: how to complain about something. So we have one complainer based on this decision that only knows how to complain about how rude other people are. And we have another complainer that only knows how to complain that restaurants don't know how to serve meals. And another complainer that only knows how to complain about the music that's everywhere. And on it goes. We develop more and more of these personalities that only know how to deal with one of life's many events that then come up by association. This reminds me of such and such, some event when I complained in the past and it worked, and that little personality pops up and starts saying, I'm going to tell them, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do the other thing. And the awareness completely identifies with it and says, yes, that I is me talking. All these thoughts about how I'm going to complain, all these feelings that are from some past event are me. And I do it again, over and over and over again. And we all know this is foolishness. For a long time, when people would ask that question that they didn't really want the answer to, how are you? I don't think they actually wanted me to tell them, but they have to ask it all the time. One of the stock answers that would just pop out of the mouth was, can't complain. And that got back, the stock answer wouldn't do any good anyway, a lot of the time, because that's one of our sayings here on planet Earth, isn't it? Does anybody hear that? Then why are you doing it all the time if you don't think it works? If it wouldn't do any good? So the same being, theoretically, that walks around saying, can't complain because it wouldn't do any good anyway, complains up a storm the next time they get disturbed. What's going on here? Is anybody listening? Does anybody know what just happened here? Who is talking? How can you believe both of those? Complaining will get me my way, and it won't do any good. Well, which is it? So we have this illusion that I am one and the same being all the time, and yet we can have ridiculous contradictions like that and not see anything odd about the situation. Which one do you believe? Well, I believe them both. It depends on the circumstances. We're really good at explaining it, huh? Well, you understand, complaining will sometimes work under the right circumstances, and I am so wise and so intelligent that I immediately analyze the situation and can tell you precisely, this is a moment when complaining will work. Now, this one, on the other hand, it didn't work, so you notice I did something else. I'm so wise. So you see, I am one and the same, meaning all the time. And tremendously intelligent and thoughtful and wise. Now, I think you got one belief that is one personality that knows, or so it says, at least believes, the complaining doesn't work. And it has nothing to do with all those personalities that are based on decision number one, that believe that complaining will, and it just depends on which one pops up and possesses you now. If it's the one that says complaining doesn't work, then you do something else. If it's the one that says complaining works, you do that. And then if anyone asks you about it, you give them a very wise explanation that makes no sense to anyone but you. Do you buy everybody else's explanations, or do they sound about as pompous and ridiculous as the little demo we just put on, huh? But of course you expect everyone to buy your pompous, ridiculous explanations. Isn't that about right? But when you listen to other people, you're sitting there thinking, yeah, right. What a load of hooey, huh? And then you do it yourself. So we have a saying around here that says, demonic possession is a fact, you know. It happens all the time. All the time. There's just one thing that isn't known about demonic possession. There are no demons out there. They're not fallen angels that exist outside of you. They're your own creation. In order to be possessed by a demon, you must first create the demon. And you do it by making a powerful decision about something you know nothing about. And that grows and becomes a personality. It only knows about that one thing. And it possesses you every now and again and says, I am you. I, the complainer, am actually you, the whole person. And it tells you what to do, which you happily decide is you, thinking rationally and intelligently and wisely. And you are possessed by what used to be called a demon. Today we call it personality. We have an even better technical term for it around here to remind ourselves constantly what is going on. We call them not I. Which I like to remind people maybe what the word demon really meant originally, okay? That may be an old word for man, and the prefix means out of, not. That is not me. It is a decision I made at birth that was effective for a while, and it grew and now pretends to be me. The awareness, which is formless, it is nothing at all. It is a spirit. It's very uncomfortable with being nothing in a world of things. Not comfortable with that experience, is it? The point where we all have to do this bizarre practices and get a mantra and sit down very quietly and work our butts off to be nothing for a couple seconds, to be purely a being again. And then be all proud of ourselves that we did our meditation for the day as we go back to complete identification with being a thing again. It appears under these conditions that the only proper meditation, not that I'm telling you what to do. If you want to sit and do your 20-minute thing, that's fine. Better than nothing, I guess. But I think there'd be a lot more value to doing a walking meditation where I go around life remembering that I am not all these things that I'm experiencing, and stop identifying with them and be aware of them as something that is not me. I am not the thoughts. They are a recording of decisions I made a long time ago. But they're an interesting recording because they go through this wonderful organ, the brain, that tries to recall how to do things for me and then change it to fit the present circumstances so that I can function in a world of things which is utterly foreign and alien to this nature as a being. So the body itself is equipped to deal with the world of things. It remembers experiences that I've had in the past about how to do it, so I don't have to learn it all over again every time, and tries to adapt that memory of how I've done it 1,500 other times to these circumstances, which are brand new and completely different. And it does all that so well and so amazingly efficiently, I don't even notice it going on, do I? I just write something on the board, do whatever I'm doing. And I've done many times before, but this time it's slightly new, without effort. But that same thing takes an old recording that was made 25, 30, 40 years ago of complaining, adapts it to these circumstances so it appears to be new. And then I say, I've had a great idea. Maybe if I just tell them how upset I am about what they're doing, they will change. And again, maybe not. And that's called the personality. I kind of like the word because it comes from an old Greek word. You know what a persona was originally, that we made the word personality out of eventually? Yeah, what was it? Yeah, for what purpose? Uh-uh. Yeah. When the Greeks acted, you know, your women were chattel. And women weren't allowed to actually act because that was like just way too ridiculous to think that a woman could do such a thing, and disgusting and despicable. So the men got to play all the women's parts. And acting wasn't exactly the profession that we think of it now, where we adulate them and give them billions of dollars for relieving the tedium. It was actually sort of disrespectful. It's like, you're an actor? That would be like sort of saying, you're the garbage man? So there weren't very many of them. And if you had a play that required 20 actors, you may have only had 5, and that was okay because only 5 of them would be on the stage at a time. But it was very confusing because they didn't even bother to wear clothes that reflected what they were doing. So it wasn't like it was today. You were supposed to use some imagination in those days and kind of picture it in the mind instead of it all being graphically computer drawn for you. So they wore a mask. They would act with a mask in front of their face so you could remember what part they were playing at the time. And that was called the persona. It wasn't really to hide behind. It was to tell you which person they were being now, okay? And out of that, we made the word personality. It is the mask that you wear. It is not you. You're the spirit that's holding that in front of your face so everybody knows who you are. It'd be kind of confusing if I didn't know who you were, wouldn't it? But unfortunately, you've identified with that, which is actually made up of pieces. It's not one whole thing. It's made up of contradictory pieces. And you hold it in front of your face and say, this is me. Which is perfectly and utterly reasonable. It would just be nice if you remember who's holding the mask, too. In addition, wouldn't it? Nothing ridiculous about using a personality. We kind of need to do that to interact with the world of things. It's the part I'm playing. Okay? It lets you know what part I'm playing in this little scene that we're putting on here today. Kind of need to know who's playing what part. That's fine. It would just be nice if you remembered that you are the spirit playing the part instead of thinking that you are the part itself. Huh? That's what we call a not I. An old recording that gets replayed through a very complex, wonderful tape machine that doesn't just replay it exactly as it was recorded, but in real time adapts it to current events so that it will work now. But when I identify with it, I am in fact stuck in the original experience. And I actually perceive this moment as being the same as when that recording was made. And I do it again because it worked then. And I simply get disturbed that it's not working now. Because I don't understand. Now is not then. That's what I'm experiencing. This moment is that moment. It worked then. Why isn't it working now? Things are different. Just as simple. Maybe there was a reason for it working then. Perhaps that reason is missing now. Sense. Any questions or comments? Yeah, it's about time to have lunch. Huh? Fill in the rest of it. And I spent a lot of time talking about the infrastructure, as we call it these days. Get back to the structure shortly. Okay. Run! So suggestible. Okay, after a little while of getting my way by complaining, I make a new conclusion about things. I have a right to get my way. It's inalienable, you can't take it away from me, it's just part of what I am. I have a right to have my way. So I make a decision that I have rights. I do believe that is the first one I have. I have a right to my way. So kids are pretty funny when they make that decision. They think they have a right to do anything they damn well please at that point, huh? And I must stick up for my rights. Cannot let anyone take that away from me. That's what keeps me from disturbance. The terrible disturbance of prejudice. The terrible disturbance of being put down. The terrible disturbance of not being given what I deserve. Thank God. I decided a long time ago that I knew what I deserved. And fortunately, I never got it. I got really neat things instead. That becomes another big part of the personality, doesn't it? An endless list of rights that I must defend with my very life, if necessary, huh? So I can make the world a better place with less disturbance in it. Never see that what I have actually made the world is violent as you can imagine, huh? So far, what we have is a consequence of these decisions. So you hear the word complain and you think of the nasty, angry comments you make to people who thwart you and don't do what you want, huh? That's not all that complaining is it? That's just the immediate association with the word, but it's a lot more than that, isn't it? So a while back, people came up with a novel way of complaining about the way other people drive, didn't they? That one was fun, remember that? Every now and again, somebody wouldn't drive the way somebody wanted, and a complainer would pull out a gun and shoot them. They will certainly never get in my way again, will they? Don't you see that? That that's just a very sophisticated way of complaining? Possibly, maybe even a few rights thrown in with it. So far, what we have is a wild, violent, destructive animal, don't we? Every animal on planet Earth makes these same instinctive decisions. That's Mama Nature. And for most mammals on the planet, this is as far as it goes. They have to associate with human beings to get other decisions. In other words, we have to domesticate them. So they're not wild creatures anymore. These two decisions are pretty much the basis of all external violence. This is my attempt to deal with the outer world, to get it to go along with my need to accomplish my purpose and stop it from disturbing me. It's pretty violent. Even when you do it nicely, it's pretty violent. I can't say is I condone the things that people are complaining about when they stick up for their rights. It does seem very, very bizarre to tell a whole group of people you're stuck in this particular place and we ain't letting you out and we're not going to pay you, and all these weird things that I can't argue with that. It is a very peculiar form of behavior, isn't it? But I don't know that you necessarily have a right to anything else. Who promised you that? Who gave you the right to that? The whole idea of rights, we use this word without ever considering what it means, but it means something that no one can take away from me. That's what the word inalienable means, okay? You cannot take it away from me. To alienate means to estrange, or, you see, take away. And so what we talk about all the time are things that no one can take from me. So why are you sticking up for it? In order for someone to stick up for their rights, don't they have to have had it taken from them? Then it wasn't the right in the first place. It's just something you wanted. Maybe for very good reasons. That's not the point. But fighting for something to be given back to you that couldn't be taken from you is kind of a weird set of logic, isn't it? If you want it, fine. Do what you want to get it. If you want to commit violence, if you think that's justifiable, all right, that's your privilege. But it ain't a right. It is a privilege. And other people may choose to take that privilege from you too. They may decide that your way of sticking up for your rights is so violent that they're going to take the privilege of freedom of motion from you and give you a little 6-foot room to pace around in. It's their privilege too, isn't it, to object to your method of sticking up for your rights. Because you don't have that right. You don't have a right to a job. That's a privilege. You don't have a right to better pay. That's a privilege. You don't have the right, quite obviously, to be treated well. That's a privilege. And privileges must be earned. And when you get one, they have to be maintained. You do not keep a privilege by forgetting all about it and calling it an inalienable right. Do you? In fact, that's one heck of a good way to lose it. It's another thing that I find very interesting about the folks who started this country. One of them said, the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. It is not a right, in other words. You have no right to be free. I wouldn't have to constantly be vigilant to see if someone was working at enslaving me. If I had a right to be free, they couldn't enslave me. Maybe that's politically true. Sounds about right to me. But I also find that it's true of the inner as well. If I'm going to be free, I've got to pay attention all the time. I do not have a right to freedom. It requires constant effort to not identify with all these suggestions that tell me I have this, I have that, yada, 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 okay? And keep me active in the pursuit of non-disturbance using so far violent methods against the world around me, if I want to be free, I need to be aware of this going on and say, no, I don't want to do it this way. If I want to get a little more comfortable, I'm going to find a better method than violence, if I possibly can. Now, it appears that we chose not to listen to that advice politically, doesn't it? We didn't decide to be eternally vigilant. And we kind of paid some of the prices of that. But we can do it individually if we like. If as a group we chose not to do it, fine. Nothing I can do about that. But I can sure do it individually. And realize that if I want to be free, I'm going to have to pay a lot of attention to all the suggestions going on that I do this infantile behavior and use violence to try and get the power to control the world so it won't disturb me anymore. And maybe even recognize that a certain amount of disturbance is just unavoidable. That in the middle of the really neat and delightful experiences that I can have here on planet Earth, part of it are some disturbing things, and they can't be taken out. You can take out one kind of disturbance and another one just comes along. It's just part of the game, part of the experience. Thank goodness it's only occasional, isn't it? It's not one long, endless disturbance. It's only occasional. Most of it's pretty delightful, isn't it? But with this purpose, we have a tendency to focus on and obsess over the small percentage of life that is disturbing. I've noticed that if you really talk to people and ask them about their life, most people's lives are between 70 and 90% okay, or even great, or good. If you actually ask them questions about it and get them to talk to you about it. But if you just listen to them, you would swear there's 100% dirt, huh? Because what they're obsessed and focused on is that 30 to 10% that still disturbs them. Because of that purpose. That sound about right for your life? Most of it's pretty much fine, huh? Just little pieces here and there are disturbing. So you spend all your time thinking about the part that's mostly fine, right? Since that's most of your life. Somehow it don't work that way, does it? Because of this. I want it to be non-disturbing. And the only way to get that is to focus on the parts that are disturbing so I can fix them and improve it so it's 99% okay. That does kind of mean that all I think about is the yucky stuff, huh? Not all. The tendency to use superlatives where they don't make sense, but it does sort of work out that way, doesn't it? And needless to say, at this point in time, you've become an obnoxious little brat. Need to get And so those who are entrusted with our care begin a process of domestication, just like you would any animal you're going to live with. I don't particularly want to live with a wild cat, do you? I kind of like domesticated ones, but I don't know if I want to live with a wild one. Same thing with dogs. Domesticated ones are kind of fun. The wild ones are a little violent for this one's taste, huh? So the process of domestication begins. Domestication, by the way, is best expressed in horse trainers' terms. You know what they call that when you domesticate a horse? Yeah, what are they breaking? That's right. You got to break those precious little children's spirits. That's what it is. That's what domestication is, okay? Of course, now it's fitting into society. First it was just domestication, like fitting into home, but now it's fitting into society. Society has now become the most important thing there is, apparently. I guess we call that now socialization, huh? We got a new word for it. I got to keep up with the modern lingo. Getting old. And you do that by breaking that precious little darling spirit. Get them to do what you want instead of what they want. That's really what it comes down to, isn't it? I don't want you being a wild animal anymore. You're a bit hard to handle. And if you're going to be hard to handle at this height, I wonder what you're going to be at this height. So we got to start early. One of the things I always laugh at when I see people with, you know, a little kitten or something, that they're playing with it and playing really rough. Because, you know, when it's a little kitten, its teeth and its fangs just sort of tickle. And I kind of tell folks, you know, one of these days that little kitten's going to be a cat. And if you don't teach it now not to use its fangs and its teeth, you're going to hate that cat. And it's going to be your fault. Because when it was little, you thought it was cute. And so you didn't tell it, no, when you play, keep your claws in. That's all you got to do is do it when it's little, you see. We know that with kids. If they're like that at 2, you better start now. Because one of these days, they may be bigger than you. So we try to convince that little kid to make a new decision that's no longer instinctive. This instinctive means it comes from inside me. Nobody has to teach me to scream. I cottoned on to that real quick. Is that about right? Within a few moments of arrival here, I was screaming. Nobody taught me how to do that. There was no support group for infants in the hospital where I grew up, and no screaming trainers. They didn't have to teach me primal scream, you see. I already knew how somehow just by getting here. But this one is suggested from outside that you make this decision, okay? And it says, I must please others to get my way. There are lots of ways of suggesting that, aren't there? Today, I guess, you're not allowed to suggest it by a swift kick in the behind. That's out now, it's socially out. We'll break their spirits, but we won't pet their little bottoms. So there are lots of ways to do it, huh? Take away something that they want, don't give them something. Or the favorite method of all time, tell them they're bad. Isn't that about right? Now, why are you bad? What is bad about you being a child? Quite understandably, doesn't want to be disturbed, doesn't want to go through a lot of horrible experiences, and can only see one way of doing it, because you are kind of helpless at the time, and about the only way you can see to do it, you're not exactly brilliant yet, well educated, is to use force. What's bad about that? Seems pretty reasonable to me. It even seems necessary. I do need to tell people when I'm being disturbed. Sometimes that disturbance could lead to my death, huh? I think it's part of survival to sort of inform people when I can't do anything about it myself and don't even understand it. Hey, I hurt here. Could I get a little attention? You know, I may leave shortly if you don't pay attention to me. It seems pretty reasonable, doesn't it? What's bad about that? All bad comes down to is you bug me. You're disturbing me. I don't like this behavior. Well, that's about right. Don't particularly prefer the behavior. I do need you to socialize and learn how to not deal with disturbing events that way, but I don't know if I need to tell you you're bad. And I don't know what is particularly good about this. Although that's heresy. That disturbed the heck out of all the nice people in the world. What do you mean I'm not good for pleasing others? I think I'm the nicest person in the world. Why, all I think about is pleasing others. Why? Isn't it so you can get what you want? Well, yeah, I do think that I should get something back for it. Oh, I see. So this nice thing is actually manipulation, isn't it? So you're really nice because you found a pleasant way of forcing me to do what you want, conning me into it. Now, no offense, but what would be really pleasing to me is if you gave it to me without the string. Without the bill. And that's always slipped, underneath it. Somebody gives you something and says, here, isn't this pleasing to you? And you lift it up, and underneath that is, now you have to be nice to me. Okay, you can have it back. Maybe I don't want to be nice to you. Just take your little gift back. If you want to give it to me without the bill and really have it be a gift, fine. What is so nice about giving everything with the string back that says you owe me? Oh, I don't do that. I really do give. Yeah, let's finish the rest of the sentence. I've heard it over and over and over again. I give, and I give, and I give. Y'all know the end of it, don't you? Because you've said it 1 billion times and heard it 3 zillion, huh? And I never get. Well, then you didn't give. That's called selling. That's not giving. We do need to make this decision, or this world would be a very, very ugly place. But we don't need, as an adult, to romanticize it into something it is not. It's a necessary part of my development to see that I can't go on behaving like a wild animal, that I've got to learn to deal with disturbance in some other way than violence. But the difficulty with this is that all we've actually done here with decision 3 is taken the violence, which was now directed entirely outward, and pulled it inward on me. So pleasing others now means most of the time, I know not always, but most of the time I will do something I do not want to do because it pleases you so I can get my way. Isn't that about right? And that does violence on me. Now if I please you because I want to, it's a wonderful experience, isn't it? And I don't think about now you own me. I just do it because I feel like pleasing you for some reason or other. Okay, right now I just feel like doing some little thing that I think will please you, and I may be wrong, by the way. I often am. I come up with some little thing I think somebody will please somebody, and they go, "Why the hell did you do that?" Oh, sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you'd like that. Like that? You don't... Yeah, okay, I got it. I won't do it again. I'll see if I can come up with another way to please you, okay? You don't know. You do the best you can. Even that, if you do it hoping that they will actually be pleased, there's still a price tag on it, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe you'll like it, maybe you won't. We'll see. That's kind of an enjoyable experience when you want to, isn't it? Very, very nice feeling involved in that, huh? It's neat. But if you do it to get something back and then you don't get it back, it ain't so neat anymore, is it? After a while, you kind of start to feel used, huh? Although, actually the word should be abused, by the way. That's not use. Nothing wrong with use when you come right down to it. We all use each other all the time, and there's not a problem with it. But we don't distinguish very well between the word use and abuse. Okay, I don't mind being used. I kind of like being used, in fact. It's fun. And I hope that you don't mind, because I fully intend to use you. I don't like being abused too much, and I'm not too fond of being the abuser either. They really are different things, okay? We use each other all the time. And as long as we go along with it and enjoy it, it's fun. But after a while of playing that game of giving, and then never getting back as much as you give, you sort of feel abused, don't you? So I've now turned the violence inside when I'm doing it, and I don't really want to. But I want something from you in return. That's what I want. And I'm willing to do this other thing in order to get that, but what if I don't? I don't feel so good about me anymore, do I? That's what I mean by inner violence. When I start not feeling good about me, I've done violence to me, haven't I? Because now I have trouble just doing normal things when I don't feel good about me, huh? When I feel good about me, I can do about anything I like. When I don't feel good about me, I have trouble getting out of bed, don't I? That's called inner violence. And that's what we have to do. Unless we can end violence in human beings, we have to direct a lot of it inward so we don't live in a horrible place. And so far we haven't found a very effective method of ending violence, have we? We've just found ways to redirect it. I don't know too many psychologists that if you go to them, they'll say, and I will end all violence in you, do they, huh? I think they teach you how to redirect it to proper socially acceptable channels, whatever the hell that might be. We don't know how to end it, do we? That is one of the things that folks who talk about stuff like this do say. It is possible to end it. It might even be a worthwhile aim to end violence. And then we wouldn't have to play this game anymore of, in order to not destroy the world around me, I have to destroy me. I can just end the violence. Unfortunately, I'm not sure there's any way to do it as long as I have this purpose. This is rather intrinsically violent. I'm kind of saying the world ain't okay the way it is, and I gotta do something that is gonna include destruction to build a better one. It seems that perhaps the only way to end violence within a human being is for them to see that maybe there's a better purpose to life for them than trying to create a world here that doesn't have any disturbance in it, which I don't think is possible. I have a sneaky suspicion that any time someone is trying to do the impossible, they're going to get violent about it, don't you? It brings up a lot of very unpleasant feelings when you're trying to do something that's impossible. And I suspect those feelings are going to come out as violence sooner or later. Huh? You can't build a non-disturbing world. You can sure reduce the disturbance, but you can't put an end to it. It's kind of just part of the game. Then we leave home and we get to be exposed to a whole new set of circumstances where I am suggested to make another decision that says I must believe and do as my authorities tell me to get my way, to get non-disturbance. The only way to be non-disturbed in this world is to believe and do what those authorities tell me, okay? That's how I'll get non-disturbance in this new set of conditions, this new environment, by believing and doing what they say. Then they'll leave me alone. That one is also suggested from outside, from some rather unpleasant experiences if you don't buy it, huh? Except that it does give us a whole illusion that there is such a thing as an authority. Doesn't it? Those people are not authorities, are they? They're people doing a job. I didn't know that when I was a little one, but I certainly know it now. They may not even know as much as I do about life. They're not an authority necessarily on anything. Some may be. Who knows? They're just people doing a job, aren't they? We do have a word for that we refuse to use these days. It's called official. That's someone who holds an office. An authority doesn't exist. That's somebody who knows everything about some subject, isn't it? You find me any person on planet Earth who knows everything about some subject, and I'll be quite shocked. But part of this becomes a quest for the right authority who will finally give me the information I need so that I will be safe and secure and comfortable from then on and not have disturbance anymore. And that becomes part of a very amusing effort at improving myself. we're back to the same game, doing inner violence. I'm not okay the way I am because I can't seem to get non-disturbance. So I'm going to go find somebody who knows how to get non-disturbance and learn from them. Good luck. I think what you're going to find are some people who need your money, or at least want it. I don't know if they can give you what you're asking them for. I was just looking at a book in here earlier today that suggests that this little thing that we started in the 80s of having this perfect diet that is low cholesterol and fat-free, that there is absolutely no evidence that that actually prevents the diseases it was designed to prevent. I don't know if this guy is right or not either. I didn't even read the whole book. I was just looking at it earlier, okay? But that is the difficulty that we come down to, isn't it? We think we know all about something, and we make some big pronouncement, and we get a bunch of people to change so they'll have a better life, and then 20 years later we go, oops, we didn't know everything after all. They sure did that with eggs, huh? I see those egg commercials every now and again with the dancing eggs that say, hey, we weren't as bad as you thought we were. You can eat some of me after all. Nobody knows everything. We do the best we can. After I've lived with these 4 decisions for a little while, I make another interesting discovery. And that goes about like this. I'm miserable. Something is really wrong here. Because I've been living for quite a number of years now, trying to get non-disturbance, and what I've got is misery. And we can't figure that out. And we look around at the world around us and we say, I don't understand it. They all look happy. They all have girlfriends and boyfriends. They're having fun. What's wrong with me? And so we all make a decision that says, there's something wrong with me. I've got to change. I must be different. I'm not okay the way I am. Otherwise, I'd be happy like everyone else. I just had a really amusing experience just recently, just a few weeks ago. I was walking down the beach with a friend and watching couples, you know, go down the beach, and had this little flashback to years and years and years ago of walking down the beach and just not understanding why there were all these couples around, and I was just here with a fucking friend. Well, they weren't even a fucking friend. Just this damn dork, you know? Why am I not a couple? And I actually looked at the couples because I don't care so much about that anymore. I've had plenty of relationships. I've enjoyed them. I'm sure I'll have some more. It's not an obsession like it was back then. And I actually looked at the couples. They didn't look happy. Most of them didn't even look like they knew the other person was there. Even sometimes when they were holding hands, they were like staring off at each other like they didn't even like the other person. And that's what I romanticized that everybody had but me. I don't know if they got anything I want. a lot better times than what it looked like those folks were doing. Not all of them, of course, but back when I was in the early 20s, you know, I looked at every one of them and said, look, they got it. No, they don't. They were just like me. And that's the thing we don't get. We all made this fifth decision, and part of it is to act like I'm okay when I'm not, huh? Of course, anybody who actually looks can tell you're faking it. But most of the time when we're miserable, we don't have enough attention to actually look and see the signs that the smile is a little strained, that the laugh sounds more like a cough. You see? You don't see those little signs that it's a put on, and inside, back behind that mask, there's another person who's saying, why can't I be happy like everyone else? But I don't want them to know. I'll put on a brave front. And maybe if they can't tell that I'm miserable, they'll include me in their fun. It ain't always like that, I know. Sometimes I actually do have a good time. But in a way that just fuels the fire even more, doesn't it? And I say, well, how come sometimes I can have a good time and then the rest of the time I'm miserable? Boy, I must be really screwed up because obviously I know how to have a good time, but you see, it doesn't make things, doesn't change this decision. It isn't absolute. In some ways, it makes it even more painful, doesn't it? What's wrong with me? Nothing. That is the answer to the question, you know. Nothing. Not a thing. You're not bad. That was told to you to break your precious little spirit so that you wouldn't be such a nasty wild animal. Not a particularly great method for doing it, but it's the one that's normally used. And it's not true. You are, however, quite disturbing when you're violent. That's probably about right. But you're not bad. And there's nothing wrong with you. You're just trying to do the impossible and make life perfect. And you don't want to be perfect, apparently. And you can keep shoving it into that perfect little mold all you like, and little pieces of it will just keep popping out of the mold. It don't fit. Just the way it is. It does seem to be pretty delightful and a pretty wonderful experience, huh? Even with the disturbance. The disturbance does not destroy in any way. In some ways, it just sort of adds a little spice to the wonderful, delightful parts, doesn't it? You really could, if you wanted to, just give up this part of the personality that's always looking for what's wrong with you and just say, shut up. Okay? I don't need that. I just don't need to figure out what's wrong with me and get better and fix me. I'm okay. I don't think I'll ever lose interest in developing new skills and all the things that people tend to do to get better, okay? That's just fun. That's part of the interesting and fun aspect of life, is learning new things and developing new skills and so on, isn't it? I don't think I'll lose interest in that. I just don't know if it's going to make me so perfect that I'll get non-disturbance anymore. I don't know if it's going to make me okay. Maybe I'm just okay now. And those things I'll do because I like doing them, not to get non-disturbance. Now, the other aspect of this is that when we do go through the process of making these decisions 3, 4, and 5, is that not only do I start hurting myself with that violence that I'm no longer hurting you with, by destroying my own confidence and ability to like me without having to do a dog and pony show, but just like me for being here instead of because I do this and this and this, you see. So that I can have the confidence to just do things well and enjoy them. Not only have I done that, but I've also created this lovely experience called inner conflict. Because I now have 6 groups of personalities that all have an answer to the question, how do I make things better? And they don't agree. One side says, complain and stick up for rights, and one other I haven't put up there yet, okay? Complain and stick up for rights, and the other side says, no, 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 no. That's not good. Unless, of course, you do it in socially acceptable ways. If you're going to complain, you must have a sign on your shoulders and do it with a whole group of people. When you do it together, it's socially acceptable. But you mustn't do that. That's bad. Otherwise. Instead, you have to be nice. You have to please them. You have to do the right thing. Have you read the latest book on what the right thing is? And you have to fix yourself. You have to have your self-improvement plan in hand. And now I don't know what to do because they're both equally right. One side says it absolutely knows. If you were just a little bit more self-assertive, that's the name we have now, the polite name we have for being a son of a bitch. Right? If you're just a little more self-assertive, then you would start getting what you want, you see. It's just that you just sit there and you cave all the time and you're just a doormat and you let everybody walk all over you and you just can't stand up for yourself. You see? Both of them seem equally right, and I don't know what to do anymore. And once I make decision 3, inside the head, there goes this raging conflict between these decisions about which one should I do. Should I do this side, which you can call A if you like, and this side we'll call B, stolen from some old psychology books. Talk about 2 types of personalities, okay? I have both, unfortunately, just like everyone else. Having a type A personality means that this one acts most of the time while this one tells you what's wrong with you. Having a type B personality means that this one acts most of the time while this one tells you what's wrong with you. That's the actual experience, isn't it? So if I'm type A, I do this, and the other side says, you are not a very good person. You're certainly not very nice. You just walk all over people. You really should be nicer. And if I do the other side, see, this side has a tendency to produce guilt, doesn't it? I do what this side says, and the other side comes along and tells me I did the wrong thing. I should have done something else, and produces. I think Guilt City, by the way, is right next to self-pity. Isn't that about right? They live kind of close together, so you can move from one to the other. And if you do this side, then this one has another lovely little suggestion that it says, we never get to do what we want. We're always doing what they want. I never get to have what I want. And so it produces self-pity, you see. Poor me. I never get to do anything that's fun. I'm always doing what they want me to do. So most of us do tend to do one or the other of these, mostly in terms of behavior. In some people it's very pronounced. You hardly ever see the B side comes out of them, or the other one. You hardly ever see the A side come out, you see. And in others it's a little bit more evenly conflicting. And they just sort of hop between one and the other. But there are all sorts of degrees of this, but all of us have this within. And have this inner conflict that we call thinking, which in fact is these personalities arguing amongst themselves about what I ought to do. While I do this lovely thing that I am so proud of called making a decision. So we have another thing that breaks off inside this poor awareness that used to be a nice, pretty little, clean, white one thing. It is now a whole bunch of pieces called the chooser that most people call their conscious mind. What the heck is conscious about it? I don't know. That's what people tend to call it. Some folks call it the ego, which it isn't. Well, I guess it is if you want to, just a word, but it's not where I am in that running commentary, because it gets to listen to all these not I's make suggestions about what I should do to get my way. I listen to it all. The chooser finally says, okay, let's do this one. I think that's me making a decision, and I go off and do it, and then the other side comes along and tells me what's wrong with me because I chose the wrong one. Unless, of course, it works out. And they all congratulate me on what a great and fine human being I am. And this one pipes in and says, see, my self-improvement plan is working. I've gotten so much better. Until, of course, the next time, when I do get disturbed, when I do what they say, and then it tells me that I totally screwed up. And after living this way for a little while, I come to a new wonderful decision. I guess we got to keep the inner conflict balanced here. You know, we couldn't have one side overpower the other. We got to get one more on this side, and I make this new decision that says, when I made decision 5, boy, was I wrong. There's nothing wrong with me. It's actually all you guys that are screwed up. If you were only different, then I would be fine. I make a decision that everything else ought to be different. Questions or comments? I think I went on long enough for one sitting, huh?
I think I do, actually. And it relates to what we were discussing earlier in there. So these are ways that one gets what they want from the world. You know, through my my experience, I've learned.
Is it really?
Is it really a way to get what I want?
Mm-hmm.
It may have the illusion that it is a way to get what I want. If I have a goal and I say, you know, in advance.
Oh, I understand what
this
getting
is-
what you want mean. I'm asking that part. Is it really a way to get what you want?
I don't know that I understand your question.
I just wonder how effective it is. It sort of seems to me that when you use these methods, even when you get what you want, you also get a whole bunch of stuff that you didn't want along with it, huh?
Like what?
Very unpleasant people, if you use the A side, who resent the hell out of you for having had to do it, and aren't exactly enjoyable to deal with from then on. If you use the B side, you may or may not get what you want, but I can pretty well guarantee you're going to get a lot of self-pity and feel awfully downtrodden and wonder what's wrong. Did you want all that stuff too?
Most likely not.
Yeah.
What would the alternative look like?
Yeah, that's exactly a good question. What would the alternative be? It's very difficult to accept that the only way to get what I want is to use such violent methods that then bring a lot of things I don't want because of the violence. That really is where we get so much else that we don't want, isn't it? Because the methods I use are really pretty violent. Sometimes they're all dressed up in a fine suit of clothes, so they will look pretty while they're being violent, but they are. They're very violent. And it seems that there must be some nonviolent ways to get what I want. But the very fact that I have to ask the question means it's inconceivable to me. Huh. It would take probably as much time as we spent this weekend to answer that question, so I can't do it. But it is answerable. Anyone who wants to question this and say, is it actually getting me what I want, can find some better methods. We can talk about that at some point in time. But I'd like you to finish your question. I know I interrupted you.
Oh no, that really was it. And
Okay.
it kind of does actually go into what you just now said. I've questioned all these things. I've been writing about it for years, and I feel like I've kind of touched on everything you just said. But I'm not finding an alternative for myself.
Okay.
And I see that what I do produces results that I also don't want. Of course, I
Right.
explain it away in a different, with
Right.
something else, but, you know.
Right. Okay. The answer to that question really is to get a different purpose. Okay. If I can have a different purpose that isn't about non-disturbance, I can get a lot of these things. But a lot of what makes it so violent is that I won't accept if there's disturbance that comes with it. If that isn't such a big deal anymore, I can find better ways of getting what I want and accept that some disturbance will come along with it. But the neat thing about a different purpose is I want different things too. Because a lot of that wanting comes from the purpose. That's where the motivation is. All the motivation is getting things that will surround me with safety so I won't be disturbed. If I'm not so concerned about being non-disturbed, I probably will want something else based on that purpose, okay? And it may be that that other thing that I want doesn't require any violence at all. And then I can get the things that I used to want based on the old purpose, which I may still enjoy, without violence. Because if it requires violence, I say it's too expensive and I turn my back on it. Because it's not a big deal anymore. I'm really interested in much more than that. So not getting that thing that is going to require violence this time to get just isn't worth it. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. I'll wait till the price goes down. The same thing you do with any other item that you want, but they're charging too much, and you say, look, I don't have the means to pay for that right now. I'll see if I can catch it on sale sometime. You'll do that in the physical world with a thing, won't you? If it's out of your price range, you can still want it. You just start paying attention, and one day you see it at a price you can afford. Haven't you ever done that? I did it once with a china cabinet. Oh boy, I wanted that china cabinet. I thought it was beautiful, okay? But it was way more money than I was willing to pay. It was like $6,000 for a damn china cabinet, okay? Wasn't that pretty. One day, I was out doing something entirely different, and I walked by a store, and they had a sale on that furniture that I like so much, and I went in, and the damn thing was sitting there for $1,200. So I got a china cabinet. I decided I could afford $1,200 for a thing, okay? And I did eventually get it. I just waited till it was at a price I could afford. And I don't know that violence is a price that I can afford to pay. It doesn't mean I won't get it. It just means it may get delayed a little bit. You understand? I'm not very good at delayed gratification when I can't stand non-disturbance. If I had a different purpose, that might be okay with me. Yeah, I can wait a little bit. I'll get it. Just maybe not right this second. Does that make sense? Yes, sir.
What is the purpose that
There is no
replaces-
the purpose.
that replaces that one?
No, there is no the purpose. That's entirely personal. I can't tell anybody what the purpose of their life should be. Well, actually, I could, and then I could form a cult. You see, if I told you what your purpose ought to be, then I could totally control you, huh? Because I know exactly what you want, exactly what motivates you, and instead of us sitting here, and you paying me a measly little $40 to replace the plane fare, I'd have your whole income.
When you switch off all these not eyes, what happens?
A lot of peace and quiet. A lot of peace and quiet. That is what happens. Peace is just as valuable a thing as anything else. Huh? It's something I want very much. I want to be at peace. I want to be at peace with me very much. And I sort of like living in harmony with you folks. I don't like fighting with people, do you? So maybe that's what I get in replacement. Peace and harmony. Inner peace. Should we take a little break? Come back in a few.
If there's still somebody who would like to donate measly.
What?
So what happens next?
What happens next?
Oh, yeah, and he did it.
Probably go in there and talk about something else, I guess.
No, I mean,
I know what you Why would you want someone to tell you?
I remember the last time I talked to you,
I know about that.
seemed like I had the briefest experience of it. And I couldn't even describe it. And I lost my notes, and I've forgotten those six sort of modes.
Well, just put them back up there.
Yeah, I've got them now, but well, I guess I'll take your point.
It's one of the problems with the authority game, okay? If I tell you, then what I'm telling you is my experience. How do you know that'll be your experience? Maybe you'll experience something even neater than I ever did. More wonderful. You see what I mean? But if I tell you what my experience is, you'll think that's supposed to be yours.
Okay.
I'd rather tell you what to do to have your experience.
That's part of what I'm getting at too, because
I have answered that question this weekend, okay?
I
Be aware of all the suggestions that keep you being in that state of victimhood because you're disturbed.
So is what you're saying, you switch off all those things and then something happens? Is that fair?
It's pretty likely, but there's no one who can promise you that.
Okay.
They are in the way of the experience. The experience is always there. No one needs to tell you what it is. You're in it right now. You can't leave it. These things keep you from seeing it, from experiencing what's here now. Do you understand? So I'd be very, very surprised if you stop being involved with all that stuff, if you didn't experience what's going on right now. You don't need to get it. You're in it right now. You just don't know it because your attention and awareness is entirely caught up in that funny dream. That makes sense? That's why I don't like answering questions like that, okay? You have your experience. And I hope for you that it's even better than mine.
Thanks. Let me ask my question again. One of the things in your lecture was about talking about human beings being part of God, and one reaction I have to that is you get scared. You think that this is a blasphemy, and some Orthodox traditions.
Just because we threw away part of the Christian tradition.
Can you explain that?
Yeah. One of the earliest practices of Christianity was to walk around the world seeing everyone as Christ playing a role. To see that within everyone is Christ, whether they know it or not, whether they're Gentile or Jew, it's totally irrelevant. So it appears to me that the early Christians knew that God was within them. Now, how could they see that? So we apparently just threw that away. But I've seen that even current Christianity often remembers that. But one of the things to do is to see that everyone I meet is Christ. They may not know it, but they're Christ playing a role. Isn't that right? You ever run into that one? It's there. You must have known something, huh?
It seems like I have this memory of some things in the Bible that talks about God being within everyone. But specifically what you just said, can you elaborate more about that?
What do you mean?
Seeing Christ in everyone. not quite following either.
It's part of the tradition. It's not actually in the Bible. It's part of what the early Christians did. It's one of the practices of early Christianity. We've discarded a lot of them. The early Christians greeted each other with a full mouth kiss, regardless of what sex they were. I don't notice most Christians do that anymore. Don't suppose it's really necessary in Christianity, is it? But we've thrown away a lot of things that they used to do, and that's one of them. It was a practice of seeing Christ in all people. He is there. He actually is me. I'm a part of that. We do have some of that left in the idea of the body of Christ, don't we? We all make up the body of Christ. How is that different than maybe if you put all of humanity together, you'd have part of a small piece of God?
The church is the body of the bride of Christ.
That's right. It appears to me that it was there, but it was sort of thrown out because it's hard to control people when you tell them they're God. Now that is blasphemy to say, I am God. I'm not the whole thing. But there is an infinitesimal speck of God that's within me and is me. Whether I'm more than that is not really relevant or not, okay? I may be some separate thing as well. But that which makes me me is a little fraction of the whole. Even if you took all the human race together, you still wouldn't approach the whole. There are some that are a little tougher than others for this one.
Within reason.
One that I've just barely even seen anything about. It's fascinating. Huh?
Way up there.
Kind of, yeah. It'd be interesting to hang out there for a while before I split. Okay, before I kind of talk about maybe some things we could do with this information, are there any questions or comments? Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Maybe so. Nope. Okay. In case it wasn't utterly perfectly clear, in response to our young friend's question, obsessing on fixing this is probably a useless effort. It's not broken. It's designed for a particular purpose, to get a state of non-disturbance for me. If it seems broken, it's because that happens to be impossible. But it's probably the most efficient mechanism imaginable to do that impossible task. I don't know what you could do to fix it. I've noticed that there are a couple things that one can do to get as close to non-disturbance as possible on planet Earth. And none of them look attractive from this position. You can take drugs until they kill you. That's certainly one of them, isn't it? You can get pretty close as long as you can stay high. The other one seems to be through power. If you can get enough power over others, You can get them to do all the horrible, hideous, hard work it takes to make one person non-disturbed. You don't have to do it. So you get pretty close, don't you? That's one that anybody who gets involved in working with others on this needs to pay a lot of attention to, because they'll happily give it to you. There are some things that'll get you pretty close. None of them look particularly attractive. I don't know that you can fix this. It's designed to do a particular thing. It does it as well as I guess it can be done. But it cannot succeed. I suspect that it cannot succeed because the Creator didn't want it to. So He didn't make it possible. We want it to. It's kind of our idea, you see. But it does not appear to be built into the system, does it? In fact, it appears that disturbance was intentionally provided, and there may be a very, very good reason for that. It seems pretty clear what that reason is. When you have been in a place where things have been very comfortable for you for a long period of time, if you can remember such a time, I'm sure that most people have experienced that. A lot of people tell me, well, there was one period of my life where I was happy for a very long time and I want it back. I know it's possible. So, that may exist there, some stretch of time when you're pretty much at least comfortable and getting most of what you wanted and pretty happy, huh? How much growth did you experience during that time? Was that a period of great growth for you? Did you develop all sorts of new skills and attributes during that time? What have been the periods of great growth in your life? Were they moments when everything was utterly perfect? Or were they moments when you were overcoming a very disturbing challenge that came your way? So it sort of appears that part of what is going on here is for you to start out, as life tends to do with all things, as a small little lump of nothing, and grow and develop all sorts of attributes and other things, so you're a fully created being. Huh? I like to remind people that the very first story that we read, where it says the Creator sort of told us a little bit about what He was doing here. It says that it took Him a few days to make all this stuff. Isn't that about right? And then He was done, he says, that He looked at it and thought it was pretty damn good. That's what He reports. He looked at it and said, it's good. And then He invited us here, of course, and we looked at it and went, but it is reported that He looked at it and said, it's good. Okay? And then He says that He thought it would be interesting to take a day off after His efforts. He has an interesting idea of taking a day off, I've noticed, because He's still here and still very much present and still sort of running the show. His idea of taking a break would be my idea of working my little tush off. But at any rate, that's what he says, okay? Now, one of the things that one can sort of see from the story is that his idea of a day has nothing to do with how long it takes a little blob of mud to rotate around a cinder in the middle of all this stuff, huh? Because it's pretty clear that from the point of view of this little mud ball, it wasn't 6 days, was it? It was a very long time. So it is, whatever he means by a day, I have no clue what he judges that by, because like I say, we judge it by the alternation of light and dark, don't we, here? Got nothing to do with our conception of a day, does it? And a day is, from our point of view, very, very long, isn't it? Maybe a trillion years for all we know. I've never worked out the math out of curiosity. I know some folks who've done that, and I forget what they told me. I haven't done it for myself. But I suspect one of those days is, from our point of view, something like a trillion years, okay? Now, what does that tell me? Doesn't that tell me that we are in the middle of this, well, I don't know if we're in the middle, but we're somewhere in the 7th day? He's still resting. 7th day hasn't ended yet, has it? If it's a trillion years long, how long has mankind been around? And he says that that happened somewhere on the 7th day, you know. So it appears that he wants us to do part of the job now. He's taking a break. But part of what's going on with humanity is that we get to do some of the work. He's going to do most of it because he's the only one who can. That entire being that is the creator, okay? He's going to do most of the work. That's called grace. It's a gift. It's given to you because you couldn't do it on your own. But you got to do your little speck. You got to do your part. You're not going to do it all. He's resting. I can't imagine what the heck he's going to do next, can you? If this was just a little 6-day job, I wonder what he's going to do when he's through. Well, anyway, none of my business. Maybe I'll be around to see. We'll see. But the story continues that on that 7th day, after he created all of this, then he made man. Did you know that that's the way the story actually goes? Man was made after the rest of creation, on his day of rest. Like I said, he's got an interesting idea of resting, doesn't he? It's one of the things that I find interesting about the idea of keeping holy the Sabbath. I hate to tell you this, but that's your whole life. It ain't one day a week. You ain't going to see the end of the Sabbath, his day of rest, are you? You came in one little second of it, and you're going to be gone in a second. Now, if you're going to keep the Sabbath holy, I think you better do it your entire lifetime long, huh? Because it's going to last longer than that. When he was resting, and he'd made all this, he brought man here. And he gave him a job to do. Isn't that what it says? He gave him a job to do. So as I say, it appears to me, as best I can understand this story, that we are to do part of it. We can go into that job. It's quite interesting if one understands that all these things were written in symbols. They were, of course, told, like we're doing here, person to person, plain. but they were written in symbols because they were considered to be much, much too sacred to profane. And also a bit for protection, because it's kind of dangerous to talk about this stuff openly. People, for most of man's history, have had a long habit of anybody who talked about this, they murder them. A lot of the reason for putting it in symbols was just to stay alive. That is one nice thing about this time. You're a lot less likely to get murdered if you talk about this. It's unusual in the history of human beings. But most of that, those instructions of what we were told was our job to do within the creation where we were brought, has an inner and an outer meaning. And the outer meaning is pretty much what it says. We were told to dress and keep the garden. Well, that kind of means take care of the place for me, doesn't it? You know, I kind of think I made a nice spot. I know it's a little disturbing to you. But I did that on purpose so that you could grow and develop by having challenges to overcome. And not just remain a little blob, a little speck of nothing, but grow up into a real creative being. And I want you to be involved in that. I didn't finish you. I'm going to do it with you. And that's the inner meaning of dress and keep the garden. I am the Garden of Eden. You understand that? I am the garden. And it is my job to take care of that garden. That's the dress and keeping part, okay? It's my job to take care of it. Make sure it is not overrun by weeds that choke the life out of everything else. I would consider paying attention to all of this stuff weeding the garden, okay? There are some precious, wonderful, life-giving plants there that are being choked out by weeds that grow faster than anything you can imagine, huh? It is always amusing how much faster weeds grow than vegetables, huh? Most of them. There are a couple of vegetables that grow pretty fast, too. That's part of it, isn't it? There was a lot, some other things, but that's the part I care to discuss today, okay? We were given something to do. And that's not just the world around us, to take care of it, but it's also the inner world. We were given an inner world as well. Understand? To take care of it, to develop it. And that's what dress means in old agricultural terms, okay? Keeping it means to sort of maintain it and weed it and all that kind of stuff, but to dress it meant to enhance it, to get it to grow and flourish, which is, I guess, what we've been talking about, isn't it? I would like to grow and develop. So I got to get the proper nutrients, I got to get the water, and I got to get the light, and I got to get the good soil and all that stuff together, and I got to find some good plants to grow. All of those have an inner meaning. The plants are ideas, which is what we've spent a weekend talking about. Perhaps these plants would grow better in you than the ones that you were given. Is that a possibility? These ideas would be better than the ones that you have now. They would make a much lovelier garden. And that's your job, to do that part. To keep the awareness pure. I say that because there's another very famous quote. I find this, I was fascinated one day when, out of curiosity in the dictionary, I looked up the word religion. And I was sort of curious about the etymology of it. That's usually what I use the dictionary for. I'm curious where the word came from. And what I found is the definition was a quote from James as the authoritative definition of religion, which is that religion, pure and undefiled before the Father, is to keep oneself unspotted from the world. That's the beginning of the quote. So apparently, as best I can tell, part of the keeping of that garden is to keep it pure, not touched by the things of this world. Okay? It does go on to recommend an outward practice as well, which I think most people don't understand, but that's just my opinion. And that's pretty much the practice that we recommend about what to do with this, okay? Not to fix this. Weed it. Grow something else there. It's pretty much okay for what it is. Get the awareness back to being pure again. Just being aware, not being or thinking it's being what it's identified with. I am not all those thoughts. They're weeds that I let grow in the garden. They're not me. I'm not all those strange feelings. I'm not a bunch of anger. I'm not a bunch of self-pity and guilt. People get disturbed sometimes when I suggest that they weed the guilt, because they need the guilt. They need the guilt to make them a better person. Why, if I didn't feel guilty for that bad thing I've done, how would I change? I can think of other ways. I haven't noticed the guilt works particularly well. One of the earliest memories I have of is standing before Mom and she'd look and say, "You're going to do it again, huh?" After she'd just given me this big lecture about some terrible thing I'd done. She'd say, "You're going to do it again, huh?" And being not very bright then, I was honest and said, "Yeah, probably." That started it all over again. I obviously hadn't learned. But I had sort of noticed that. Yeah, I felt really bad about it. I felt so guilty for it. And yet I had kind of noticed that didn't make any difference. I still did it again. Didn't you notice that? I saw that when I was 7 or 8 years old. Yeah, you're right. This guilt thing ain't working. I just go off and do it again. It doesn't seem like anything more than a weed, as far as I can tell. Huh? Weed it out, along with the rest. It's not working. It's not changing you for the better. It's just tormenting you for no apparent reason, choking out other things that might flourish. That's kind of the idea of the practice that we recommend with this. Don't fix it. Be aware of it. Stand at the gate where things go into the awareness and stop saying I to it. and just look at it and say, that is not me. I am not going to buy it. It's just a stupid suggestion that I came up with when I was 2 or 3 or 8 or 20. It's not me. And see if I can get a little room, a little space in here to breathe in and look around and see what I see, and see if I can see something else to do with the life, but try to rip down the place that the Creator made and thought was pretty neat and replace it with something better that's going to not disturb me. I do need the disturbance. I don't want so much that it destroys me, but I need some. I always need some challenge in the life if I want to continue growing and developing. Never had any trouble getting it. It just sort of seems to show up, huh? Every time I get one overcome, another one arises and says, here, deal with this now. Okay? Don't really have to go out looking for it, huh? It seems to be provided. Earth was set up to do that. Provide us with challenges so we can grow. Okay? Bye. My job is to take care of the awareness and keep these things from preoccupying me all the time so that I can be aware of other things. All right? There's a lot more to be aware of than just how to get my way and 6 methods of doing it. That's the idea of using this information to begin with anyway. I will start paying attention to what's going on inside me and see whether or not it fits this idea I've been given. And if it does, then I'm going to stand guard and not let this soil me anymore by identifying with it. And the interesting thing is that I can't actually be made impure. It's impossible. I was made pure and I'll be pure till the day I die, no matter what I do. But when I start saying I am something that I am not, I'm effectively, you get what I'm saying? It doesn't actually change me. I haven't changed. I'm still not that. But if I'm going to identify with this violent way of dealing with the world, then effectively I'm violent, aren't I? I've been defiled. Even though, interestingly enough, I haven't changed a bit. That's one of the bizarre things about the idea that we work with. There is nothing that I need to do to be pure. I already am. There's nothing that I need to do to be whole. I already am. There's nothing I need to do to be integrated or one. I already am. I'm just not experiencing that because I'm identified with things that are not that. All I need to do is end that identification. And what's already there will be what's left. I don't have to work at developing all those neat things you may have heard about. They're already there. They're just all choked out by a bunch of weeds. You can't see them too good anymore. You catch little glimpses of them every now and again. Isn't that about right? They're already there. a very simple idea, but it seems to be difficult for people to practice. It requires a lot of attention, a lot of awareness, the willingness to continually look at everything that's going on inside and say, oh, that's just the complainer wearing a funny suit of clothes. Okay? For some reason, the sticker up for rights guy isn't wearing his military suit today. He's got his lawyer suit on instead. And sometimes he wears a different suit of clothes, but it's still just number 2. And so on and so on, okay? And recognize that those are all just suggestions from conditioning of things that seem to work for a while to get me non-disturbance. I sort of realized I ain't going to get non-disturbance here, so there's no point in continuing to buy those suggestions. It's not going to work. I'd like to find something else to do. Maybe as well as that, I may always be interested in comfort. But I don't actually want to end disturbance even if I could. It wouldn't be good for me. It would be the end of growth. I'd stagnate. Right? When a growing, living thing stops growing, it sort of gets corrupted, doesn't it? Even if it's technically still alive. I don't want that to happen. I don't know how long you'll remember what you maybe see now, that pursuit of hating all this and judging it and trying to change it is a waste of time. It isn't really the point. The point is to be aware. Go back to the original idea of pure being that is in the world of doing. But don't become the world of doing. Okay? Always remember that you're in both worlds. And do. But don't be this. Be in the inner world of being while you do this. Don't forget and think that this is all there is. Because it's not for you right now. It's being aware. Any questions or comments? I know it's dissatisfying. The mind wants to say, no, you have to tell me exactly what to do and what to expect. I don't feel like it. And I know it's unnecessary. As I said during the break, I really don't want to. And I know that game with authorities. And all I can ever tell you is what I've experienced. I don't know that that's all there is to experience. And I'm not you. You might see something incredibly different that I can't even imagine because you're such a different person than me, okay? You have a whole different point of view. You have different abilities. Why would I want to tell you that your way is wrong? Because it's not mine. And in a way, that's what I'd be doing, huh? If I said it's going to be like this, and it didn't turn out to be like that for you, you'd start to wonder if something was wrong with you again, and yada, yada, yada. And then you might not have the experience that is your experience. I spent a bit of time at one point reading about what it was going to be like. Not all of it has quite turned out the way I got a picture from that reading for this one. It was a little different. Maybe I'm just totally screwed up. I don't know. But I'd prefer to look at it and say, I guess I'm a little different than the person who wrote that book. It turned out to be a slightly different experience. You do it yourself. You find out for yourself. You don't need to be told. It's right here, right now. You're just not aware of it because of all this other distraction that's going on around you that you're so obsessed with. That seems very simple. Much preferable to being told what you ought to do and ought to see and ought to experience, huh? Even if less satisfying. Any questions or comments about that? I know that most of you have been working with this, but a few haven't. So. I do think people get lost in the fixer-upper game. Huh? That's one of the favorite things I like to remind people. I just like this little analogy, okay? I know there are a lot of people that get a real kick out of buying those fixer-upper properties and spending a whole bunch of energy making it really, really pretty and then moving out and doing it all over again. And if that's what you enjoy, more power to you. But when it comes to self, I kind of look at it a slightly different way, okay? Right now I live in a hovel in the slums. Now, I'm not too sure that what I want to do is fix this hovel up. I think I'd like to move to a better place. And maybe just leave the hovel there and build a nice mansion over here in this lovely area over here with a nice view and so on. You understand? Where do you want to stay in the little hut and fix it up for it? It's still going to be a hut in the slums. Why don't you build a nice new place and move in? And that's what it seems to me that the self-improvement thing is about. I'm not willing to just walk away from my investment I have in self and just build a new house, a new place to live. So I'll stay here and fix this one up. Why? Look around, see if there's another spot you think is neater, has a better view, whatever you like. And build a new home. And abandon the old place. I'm sure somebody will find that hovel interesting sooner or later. Just abandon it. Any questions or comments? Do yourselves a favor, okay? Don't stay there out of fear. It seems to be kind of what we were talking about yesterday, huh? I gotta stay here because I'm afraid to leave. I wouldn't worry about it too much. I've seen people do that when they wanted to start a business. They stay in their job for fear that the new business won't work out and so on and so on. And end up not being able to put much energy into either one, huh? Their old job or the new business. And sometimes you just gotta take the risk and quit your job and give the new business all the attention and energy you have. And either it works out or you fall on your little tush and you pick yourself up and go get a job again. But sometimes that's just what it takes. You got to take that little leap of faith and say, I'm going to give it a try. Because dividing my attention and energies this way isn't working. That needs much more than I can give it under these conditions. Makes sense. No questions or comments? Well, I'd like to tell you one more story that I find rather amusing. It's stolen, of course. You'll recognize the source. There's another story that says that one day someone asked a very wise man what the kingdom of heaven was like. I guess he wouldn't exactly answer the question straight out either. So he said, well, I'll tell you a story. He said, once upon a time, there was a great man who decided that he wanted to have a little party. In those days, parties were more like feasts, okay? Like inviting a whole bunch of people over for dinner, and quite often you'd have entertainment, you know. This guy was apparently kind of rich. You might have a little band there they could dance to, and maybe some jugglers come in. And I'm sure it was going to be quite a party, okay? Not like we poor people who just sort of invite you there and hope you have a good time. And so he went to his peers and friends and invited them to the party, and then started preparing for it. And then a little while later, when it was getting close to time, he wanted to know if he had enough stuff, I guess. So he sent some people out to check and see who was coming. They didn't have phones yet then. And slowly all the people started coming back, and the picture kind of emerged that nobody was coming to his party. They all sent their regrets, said they would have loved to come, but they had some very good reason not to, okay? It said that this fellow said, well, I don't care, I am going to have a party. I'm all set up for it, I'm prepared, we are going to have a party. So he sent some people who worked for him out into town with the instructions to round up all the bums and all the drunks and all the cripples who sat around town and bring him to his house, because he was going to fill his house with people having a good time at a party. And here we are. Now, I guess one can decide that one doesn't want to be a bum and doesn't want to be a cripple anymore, and kind of have a good time at the fellow's party. It's at his expense. He's provided about everything anyone could possibly imagine, hadn't he? Any kind of scenery you want is somewhere on his estate. Every possible game to play and distraction and entertainment is somewhere on his estate. It's not exactly a small little house, is it? Or you can stay and sit and whine because it isn't perfect and disturbs you on occasion. Especially the other guests. They're really annoying. Or so it seems, listening to folks. And it kind of seems to me that even though conditions have changed, I'm not laying in an alley anymore, wondering where the next meal is coming from. I'm kind of still playing like I'm a cripple. And I really have no reason for doing it now, do I? Things have changed. Maybe that's something we could take advantage of, avail ourselves of. This is an interesting feast, isn't it? There's everything here. Not just toys and a fun time, that's part of it. But there's also ways to experience great healing here. There's ways to get an education you can't believe. It's quite a party, isn't it? Everything is here. And it may well be that you came here as a bum. But if you'd avail yourself of some of this man's stuff, you don't have to leave as one. You might find a great healing here. You might grow and develop. And you'll leave as the same person, but you don't have to leave as a bum or a cripple. I've always kind of liked that story. Because it does seem that most people, not all of course, but most people are still playing the role of bum and cripple and drunk. Even though things have changed. Interesting fellow. When he said, "My house is yours," he meant it, didn't he? I don't exactly see him too often coming around saying, "Would you stop messing up the furniture?" You? We've heard stories he's done it on occasion. But it's not like a real frequent event, is it? And he says, you know, look, you're tearing the place up, knock it off. Most of the time, he said, "My house is yours," he meant it. Take advantage of it. So far, you've been willing to take advantage of the pleasures. But there's a lot more here. And this is one of the things that he left here for us. Great teaching that can give us what we need to develop the inner garden. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with this thing when I leave here, but I suspect the inner part's going to go with, I don't actually know that, but it seems pretty likely, doesn't it? I do know about what happens to this part. It gets left behind. I've seen a few of them. I've heard rumors on occasion that doesn't happen, but I've never personally seen it. Have you? I just don't know. You get what you came for? Anything else? All right, then I think I'm going to call it a weekend. And maybe relax a couple seconds before I fly off. Okay? Thank you very much for coming.
Yeah, thoughts and words.